Good morning. Welcome to the Appeal Committee. My name is Sherry Rollins. I'm the Chair of Property and Development, and that's who is on the appeal rotation for the next few months here. With me is Councillor Matt Allard, Councillor Sean Dobson, and Councillor Duncan from the Charleswood Tuxedo Westwood Ward. We have 5 items on appeal today. Before we get going, I want to acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe. And if you're in the gallery and you're speaking, you might want to take it outside because I can hear you. And that you can take it outside if you need to talk, but in the gallery, not so much, just whispers. Thanks. So again, I want to acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 land, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota people, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis, where drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. I want to acknowledge the leadership of our mayor, Scott Gillingham, and our military liaison, Sean Dobson, who did a really beautiful ceremony together with the Lieutenant Governor, Anita Neville, and David Pankratz, representing the Manitoba government, and officials from the federal government. Last night at Brookside ceremony, it was a very moving ceremony with elders. All cell phones will be taken off of the gallery on mute. You can, of course, have your cell phones, but it should be silenced for the purposes of this hearing. I also want to acknowledge that today is September 11th, the 23rd anniversary of the terrorist attacks in New York City. What is not widely known is that together with the firefighters in this city and all across North America, there is a memorial in Colorado, and it is a large 9/11 memorial. What is also not known is the Canadians that went in support of their brothers and sisters following the terrorist attack. And I want to just acknowledge what close global family we are sometimes on this day, and how we lean on each other, whether it is the armed forces, like we were reminded last night, the elders that reminded us about our place in time on this Treaty 1 territory, and their service, and whether or not on a day like today we consider the resources that we all were called on for September 11th. So with that, we'll enter into the public hearing.
Just need a motion to accept the minutes from the last meeting.
So moved by Councillor Allard. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the appellant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the appeal. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the appellant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it's your opportunity to speak, however, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be a part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is an appeal against the decision of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee to approve a conditional use for 701 Pandora Avenue West under file DCU 113039A/2024D. Members of the committee, please note communications were received in support of and in opposition to the appeal, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. I'll turn it over to a member of the administration for a brief overview.
701 Pandora Avenue West is located at the northwest corner of Pandora Avenue West and Meraz Street in the Melrose neighborhood of the Transcona Ward. It's in an established neighborhood, mature community policy area of Complete Communities 2.0, and it was recently approved to be rezoned to the R2 residential 2-family district. The applicant has proposed an 8-unit multifamily building that would be 2 stories in height, 70 feet in length, and 53 feet in width. It would have a total lot coverage of 46.7%, and it would provide 8 parking stalls. This application is required because multifamily dwellings are a conditional use in the R2 two-family district. This conditional use was part of a combined hearing that also included a subdivision and rezoning application and a variance application, which were all heard at the June 24th meeting of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee. At the June 24th meeting, the committee concurred in the recommendation of the public service as amended and approved the rezoning, variances, and this conditional use. The specific items that the committee amended included approving the applied for 8 units rather than the recommended 6 units, requiring a plan approval in a zoning agreement to the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee, requiring the rear parking area be paved with asphalt, and removing multiple conditions in the conditional use that would have required a redesign to bring the project into conformance with the infill guidelines. That concludes my summary of the application. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions at this juncture, councillors? Seeing none, we'll move on.
So at this time, I'll call forward our appellant, Chris Evans. If you'd like to come forward, you can come down to the podium. You'll have just down here, down the stairs there.
And then do you want to call subsequent while he's coming down?
After Chris Evans, we'll move on to those in support of the appeal. We'll have Elizabeth Evans up next, following the appellant, Chris Evans. Elizabeth, you can come forward if you'd like and just sit on the bench.
Mr. Evans, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, bear with me, my glasses are not the right ones.
Mine also, not the right runs this morning.
I'm sorry?
I also have the wrong glasses this morning.
Well, then you'll understand.
I do.
Okay. I'm basing this on the city planners. I went down and I talked to, the gentleman's name was Dylan, I believe. Anyway, site of building design. The proposed site and building elevation accompanied the application do not meet the site and building design policy of infill guidelines specifies. The maximum lot area coverage for the principal building is 42% of the lot, while the proposed area coverage is 46.7. The minimum rear is 36, while the proposed rear yard is 29.9. The minimum requirement of landscape includes 27 shrubs, 9 trees, while the proposed landscape includes 6 trees and 18 shrubs. Okay, well, anyway, public street, I skipped a couple words there because I can't quite make them out. Anyway, public street expected to provide 2 prominent, I can't make any of that. Anyway, for these reasons, the lot is too small. I guess, apologize for cutting out some of the stuff, but I'm sure you have a copy of it, and I guess that's my concern. If it was a fourplex, which I believe, I wouldn't be here. But the fact that they're putting in even a sixplex, to me, I don't know how you would revise getting a blueprint that would, well, fit into that lot without making a lot of considerations on allowing certain things that normally wouldn't go into a lot like that. Anyway, that's, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Are there any questions for Mr. Evans at this juncture? Seeing none, we'll go on to Ms. Evans.
Okay, Elizabeth Evans. Elizabeth is registered in support of the appeal. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Is anyone else?
Good morning. Even though we share the same last name, we are not related, and we come from 2 different households. Also, I live on Melrose Avenue West. I do not live on Pandora, but I will be affected by this development. We believe the size of the building is too big for the size of the lot, and it does not contribute to the existing neighborhood in a positive manner. We are not against new development, but it needs to respect the size of the lot. A more appropriately reduced size building, 4 to 6 units, would be a welcome addition to the area. The Urban Planning Division recommends that a maximum number of dwelling units shall be 6. The developer is asking for 8. The maximum lot coverage for building shall be 42%, and the developer is asking for 46.7. The minimum rear yard required is 36 feet, while the proposed rear yard is 29.9. The development should have 10 parking stalls. The developer is reducing this to 8 parking stalls. No parking space is permitted within 10 feet of the window of the development. The developer wants this reduced to 7 feet from the window. Existing front yards surrounding the property have a front yard at 22 feet. The developer proposes a front yard of 17 feet. Multifamily developments are required to provide buffering between their parking areas and adjacent properties. No buffering area is being provided. The fact that the frontage allowance has to be reduced to accommodate the building, and the fact that the parking spaces have to be reduced only confirms the 8-unit development is too ambitious for this lot. A scaled-down building of 6 units or less with required parking per unit would better fit with the neighborhood. When parking spaces are inadequate, the people seek out spots in the surrounding area. We have a similar development located 2 blocks north, 700 Regent Avenue West, which has resulted in parking issues for the residents on both Moroz Street and Melrose Avenue. When the people residing in these developments have more than one car, they seek out street parking closest to their home. This results in parking on Moroz Street, which makes crossing vehicle traffic dangerous as your vision is obscured, especially if the vehicle is large. They also park on Melrose Avenue West. There have been occasions where people have parked their vehicle without moving for days on end. We are living with this situation now, and it will only get worse if this development is not downscaled. The front of the proposed development faces Pandora Avenue, which is a heavily traveled roadway with restricted parking. If there is not sufficient parking for the residents, then of course they will seek out other street parking. This situation quickly becomes a source of conflict. Melrose Avenue West is a mature neighborhood where the residents require access to their homes. On any given day, there are home care workers, support workers, handy transit, delivery people, and emergency personnel that need access to the resident's home. We are not against new development. In fact, we view this as a positive for the area, but it has to respect the size of the lot and its limitations. In closing, I would like to say that the proposed development is asking for 7 changes, not 1 or 2, but 7 changes to be made for this project to go ahead. That in itself is a red flag that the existing law does not support an 8-unit development. I urge you to keep this in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Evans? Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Move on.
So at this time, is there anyone else who's looking to speak in support of this appeal? Seeing none, we can move on to opposition. I will call forward the applicant, John Winthrop.
Okay, is there anyone else with John? Okay. Good morning.
Morning. I'll have a presentation. Oh, cool. Goes on outside.
Good morning. My name is John Winchup. First, I'd like to thank the city clerks. I think they had a lot of people registering for this appeal hearing, so I know they were overwhelmed, so I appreciate their efforts today and leading up to today's meeting. I'm here for 701 Pandora Avenue. We previously did, this was what combined hearing, we previously did a subdivision rezoning that's gone to council for an approval. So the DZ has been approved. EKT approved the variances. It was appealed. We're doing 8 dwelling units. 701 Pandora Avenue is north at the northeast corner of Moreau Street and Pandora across some new flyer. It's 14 houses east of Plessis Road, 2 blocks south of Regent. It's a 3-minute walk from Regent and Plessis intersection. It's in a intensification target area. It's like has a separate sewer district, the Transcona. Within a 15-minute walking distance, there are several amenities, including grocery stores, schools, Giant Tiger, New Flyer, employment, recreation, all within 15 minutes. If you're familiar with that's part of Transcona, it's just, like I said, just past east of Plessis there, right near the industrial area, but also surrounding a mature existing neighborhood. Currently, there is a number of transit routes along Regent and Plessis, as well as to the south of us in the employment areas land. That's, of course, changing in 2025, when we will be 250 meters from the FX3, D14, and 440 bus. The Regent and Plessis intersection is going to be a major transit hub. Along Plessis, as well as along R Street, is active transportation, multimodal transportation, as well as an informal bike path along Moreau's. There's the picture of looking west down this section of Pandora Avenue. You can see the AT trail along the North Boulevard there, a New Flyer to the left of us. There's only one front driveway along this stretch of the street. It's landscape boulevards, concrete sidewalks, of course, the asphalt pathway. There's no on-street parking along here, and it's a truck route. It's a 24-hour truck route. Looking north down Moreau's, there are no driveways, landscape boulevards, concrete sidewalks. There's no on-street parking during the daytimes, Monday to Friday, so it's restricted along Monroe's as well as along Pandora. The rear public lane is concrete, 20 feet wide with detached garages. 99% of the lots that use this public lane, the driveways are either gravel or concrete. All around us, directly to the north, is R1M zoning to the east. Directly to the south of us is the M2, the New Flyer. As you can see, another person spoke about the multiple family up the block, 2 blocks to the northwest. There's RMFF scattered throughout the neighborhood. This is a view directly to the south is the New Flyer. Directly to north is detached garages. Directly to the east of us at the northeast corner, at the time it was a house for sale, zoned R1. Directly to the west of us is a single family dwelling at 705. Currently, we had to go through a subdivision rezoning process because there's 2 underlying parcels there that were consolidated and the change in zoning. Currently, it was R1, but we're getting the change in zoning to it. The current entitlement allows for a building to be 35 feet tall and a 22-foot front yard. That is the property looking to the west of it from Moreau's. There is no trees on it. It's a detached garage and a house at the front. Again, there's no trees on the boulevard in front of the building. Again, you can see the picture of the asphalt pathway and the concrete sidewalk in front of the dwelling, and a concrete sidewalk along Moreau's. There's the concrete sidewalk along Moreau's. There's no trees in the flanking boulevard. We rezoned the lot to R2, consolidated it, and we received the conditional use for the multiple family dwellings. I don't believe that's been appealed. Only the variances have been appealed, not the conditional use for the dwellings. Our building is going to be 26.8 feet in height, so we're allowed to be 35 feet tall. Under the current zoning, we're only going up to 26.8 feet. We're going to have 4 units per floor with separate entrances. The units are approximately 824 square feet, 2 bedrooms. Front yard is 20 feet to the building, 17 feet to the kind of front door steps, 29-foot rear yard, parking in the rear, doors along the east and west sides, 8 parking stalls in the back. Some of the variances that were mentioned, we have a front yard of 17 feet. That's to the entrances to the building. The actually building faces further back. We're 20 feet there. We have 8 parking stalls instead of 10. Parking within 10 feet of a window. That's between a parking stall and then the window of the habitable dwelling. And we have insufficient landscaping at the rear of the lot line. If we were to have landscaping at the back, we would not be able to access our parking lot. That's consistent with everybody else along that street. Directly to the west of us is a 30-foot wide lot with a row of trees and a shed and a detached garage for a single-family dwelling. We're going to have a wood barrier fence 7 feet tall along that west property line, screening the property. We're seeking approval here for the 8 dwelling units, all the variances and the conditional use. That's what we're looking for, is the variances. I believe the variances are consistent with the area. We have a number of alternative transportation modes as well as amenities within walking distances, including employment, recreation, and grocery stores. We have AT pass. We have frequent transit. We think this is a very walkable community where alternative modes of transportation will allow people to live and work and play in the area without needing a car. The front yard variance is really to the front door steps of the building, where the face of the building is actually closer to meeting the variance bylaw. We've kept the building low profile at 26 feet tall, where we could have gone up to 35 feet. The variance between the parking stall and the habitable window, that's self-inflicted, meaning it's the person moving into that will know what the situation is. It doesn't affect any other adjacent property owners. People today can park their cars right to the back of their houses in other locations and would not even have to, apply for a variance. So we think that's consistent with the neighborhood. I'm open to any kind of questions that you might have. I do appreciate the residents for coming out here today. I don't believe they attended the first public hearing at DKT, so I didn't know who was addressing it today, but would happily, discuss any concerns they might have with the project after this public hearing.
Thank you very much. I see questions, Councillor Lardon and Councillor Duncan.
So, a couple of questions. Looking at the administrative report, it says maximum number of dwelling units shall be 6. I heard 8.
Yeah, we're seeking 8. That's what was approved, I believe, at the conditional use at the EKT Community Committee.
Okay.
We're looking for 8.
The other question is, you said that the variance was being appealed, not the conditional use. My agenda says appeal conditional use. So looking, do you know why there's maybe a discrepancy on your understanding relative to the
Yeah,
report?
I looked at the agenda, and perhaps the clerk can clarify on that, because my notification just said variances, so.
So
I thought both were, but I saw in my notification letter
it's
something.
just the conditional use that has been appealed.
What's that?
It was the conditional use that has been appealed.
Okay, just the conditional use, excellent. I knew it was one and not the other.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not about the building dimensions, it's about everything else.
Everything else in it, but a lot of the residents were talking about building dimensions and height and scale, which was the variances.
Right, but now we're on the conditional use.
I think we're all sorted. Is that the
Yeah.
end of your questions?
yeah.
Yeah, we'd like 8 to intensify the area for housing.
Oh, just on the parking, how do you explain the, I heard the residents say that this is a reduction in total parking units. I also saw that bike parking will be included. I saw the active transportation. I saw the access to transit. But in your opinion, why is it appropriate to have that number of stalls?
For that number of stalls, well, first, the impact on anybody nearby is minimal. There's restrictions along Pandora Avenue. You can't park there, and you can't park on Moreau Street. So if you're moving into this area, you have to understand that you can't leave your car out on the street 24/7, as somebody had indicated. This is a very walkable community. It's a very bikeable community. There's a lot of amenities nearby. Besides transit, active transportation, and cycling, a lot of the amenities you can get within an easy walk within 10 to 15 minutes, whether it's employment, recreation, or groceries. So anybody moving in here, especially people who are working maybe a a lower income job in the industrial park across the street. This helps them to live closer to where they work, but also close to getting their amenities as well as transit to reach those amenities.
And one last question. What can you build as of right today if you didn't have this conditional use? What would the dimensions of the building be? Right.
Under the R2 zoning, we would just do a duplex. But we had
What would be the envelope of the building if you were to use your existing zoning rates?
the R1, well, we probably would split into 2 lots and do like 2 houses with secondary suites, so 4 underneath there, I guess.
And I'm just like, how large?
35 feet tall. The current zoning allows 35 feet tall houses, so we would just go and get the 2 underlying lots at Land Title's office, build 2, duplexes essentially on each lot, and they would be 35 feet tall.
Okay. That's my question. Thanks.
Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the presentation as usual. Very thorough. Questions just around what happened beforehand. What was the feedback that you got from the community when this first came?
Yeah, when I was out on site and I talked to a few of the neighbors more closer by, the one resident indicated she was a little bit further away than when I had talked to the neighbors. They were more concerned about the building condition. It had been sitting vacant for a bit. My client is going through this process, so it's going to sit vacant until we can get a resolution out of what we're exactly going to do there. There had been some, I think, vandalism and some people trying to break into it and occupy the dwelling. So that was their concern, is they'd like to see something moving forward quicker just to address that kind of issue of the current building being vacant and not being used.
So what we heard from the residents were they're not opposed to this being built, and I don't think there was opposition even to the 6. So why not 6 as a single unit? I know you spoke about splitting the lots and whatnot, which you're entitled to apply for. So
Why 8 instead of 6?
why? Sure, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, none of the residents I spoke to nearby who came out, more than a few came out when I was putting up the posters, and I always, when I'm putting up the posters, try to engage with the surrounding resident. The resident next door is a rental property, so they didn't really have a concern. The house across the street was for sale, and they were leaving the neighborhood. The other resident who came out and I spoke to, kind of kitty corner to this, was more concerned about the safety and security, but had no issues with it being 8 units. Why I like 8 units, my client does, is, again, there's a need for housing. This fits into the neighborhood. We can design it to fit in the neighborhood. We can put it where it's within a lot of amenities. You might not have gone out to Transcona lately, but just to the northwest of this, at Plessis and Ravelston, where the City of Winnipeg owned a works yard, that's transformed a lot over the last few years with grocery stores, restaurants, etc. So somebody can live here, like I said, and have a job nearby that might not be a high-scale, high-paying, high-wage job, but it's a job and they need housing. This is a great attainable housing location where you can get around either walking, cycling, transit, and have a place to live in a safe, secure neighborhood.
Thanks, John.
Anything further, councillors? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we haven't had anyone else registered in opposition to the appeal. Just to check, is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition to the appeal? Seeing none, is there anyone who would like to speak for information on this appeal? So with that, we could go to questions for the administration.
Any questions, councillors? Seeing none?
Okay, at this point, the appellant has the opportunity to return to speak to rebuttal and comments made. Chris Evans, you're able to come forward.
Mr. Evans? Yeah. You're more than welcome to come down and you get to rebut anything you heard from Mr. Winthrop. You have 10 minutes to do that. It's optional, and Ms. Evans also can. Oh, no. Ms. Evans, you don't have that same opportunity because you're not the appellant in this case, only Mr. Evans is. You get special rights as an appellant. Mr. Evans.
Hi. Okay, my hearing's not that good, but what was the dimensions he said, of the width of my lot?
Are you talking about your lot or the subject property, Mr. Evans?
I'm sorry, what?
When you say, what is the
The width.
width of my lot, are you talking
705
about your property or the subject property?
No, 705 Pandora West. I thought I heard him say 33 feet across. When I went on the Google map or whatever it is, it comes out to, mathematically, it comes out to 33.99, and theirs comes out to, I believe the metric on it is 20.117, and they bumped that up to 66. So I would assume mine would probably be going up to 34 because it's closer in the fractions. And then they're going to be building closer to my property. As I said before, my only concern, if it was a fourplex, there's nowhere near the size of a building in there now. Pretty much, if it was a fourplex, I wouldn't be disputing it. I'd like to see the neighborhood, something in there besides that eyesore next door, because it's just terrible to look at.
Okay.
But I'm just going on size. If I'm wrong anywhere,
It's your opportunity to put comments on the record. You've told us what you think in terms of statements. We don't answer questions right now.
oh, okay.
But if you have an additional 8 minutes, if you have more points to make.
That's
don't
pretty
rush.
much it.
No, it's,
Are you aware?
unless he doesn't,
I just don't know you're aware.
really,
Yeah,
like, isn't
I'd like
that
to.
patronizing?
I'd like to. Just one.
And I did have one more thing, Tad, I apologize. It's my daughter living in there, in the house, so
Which house, Mr. Evans?
705 Pandora, I apologize for not being more descriptive.
No, you don't need to apologize. Okay, is there anything further? You still have a full 7 minutes.
No, that's it,
Are you sure?
yes.
Mr. Evans, Councilor Allard has a question for you.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's one of these question statements to stay in order, but we clarified earlier, so it's, are you aware today, at issue is not the building dimensions, that's already been approved. What's approved right now is the number of units. And so you mentioned the dimensions of the size of the building, that's not what we're voting on today. I wanted you to know, I wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay. I wasn't, but now I am.
Thanks.
As chair, I disagree with my colleague. Today, we are looking at a conditional use, and it has conditions. And so among the conditions is the lot size, and given that size matters to you, it is somewhat connected, so I think it's important to clarify that we might not all be in the same mind on this committee. So I think that there can be truth on both sides. So thank you, Mr. Evans. Is there anything further, councillors? Thank you very much.
Okay,
We'll
I
move
thank you
on.
for your time.
Yeah.
So at this time, councillors, we can move on to motions.
I have a motion, Councilor Rollins.
Councillor Allard, you're in order. Go ahead.
I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was carried unanimously.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That was carried unanimously.
I move that in accordance with subsection 254 and subsection 247(3), City of Winnipeg Charter, the conditional use is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan. Does not create an adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent areas, including an area separated from the property by the street or a waterway, and is compatible with the area at which the property to be affected is situated. Do I do supporting reasons now?
Yes, please.
So I see this has already been supported by the Community Committee. I've reviewed the application. I think it's in line with building new housing for Winnipeg. If I asked the applicant what would happen if this were not to go forward, I heard there would be 2 new single-family houses. Those tend to be relatively more expensive than suites built as part of a multifamily unit like the one that's being proposed today. I think we need a mix of housing. This is, I think, what we call the missing middle, and it's a good project, and it will make Winnipeg better. So for those supporting reasons, I would like to move this motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was carried unanimously.
I move that the appeal be denied and the decision of the East Kildonan and Transcona Community Committee be concurred in.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move that conditional use order DCU 113039-2024D be confirmed. Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
And I move that the public hearing with respect to this appeal be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously with thanks to all the parties that came down to City Hall today. We'll move on. 24452 Roblin Boulevard. This is an appeal on the variance.
Item 2 is an appeal against the decision of the Director of Planning, Property, and Development to reject a variance for 4452 Roblin Boulevard under file DAV 126949A/2024C. Members of the committee, please note communications were received in support of the appeal, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. I'll turn it over to a member of the administration for a brief overview.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The subject property is located on the east side of Roblin Boulevard in the Marlton neighborhood of the Charles Wood Tuxedo Westwood ward. Under the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0, the site is within the recent communities policy area. And this property is zoned R1L, residential single-family large zoning district. The subject site is approximately 20,500 square feet in area and currently contains a single-family dwelling that was constructed in 1918. Vehicular access to the site is directly from Roblin Boulevard. There is no public lane adjacent to this property. The applicant is proposing to subdivide the subject property into 2 separate single-family lots in order to construct 2 single-family dwellings. Each of these proposed lots will have widths of 50 feet. The lot sizes that are proposed are different given the configuration of the subject property. So there's each of the lots will be approximately 9,950 square feet for one, and then the other one will be approximately 10,560 square feet. Access to each of these proposed lots will be taken from separate private approaches from Roblin Boulevard. Both driveways are configured so that vehicles can loop around the site rather than back out onto Roblin Boulevard. Design drawings for the proposed single-family dwellings show that they'll each be 2 stories with attached front garages. To accommodate this proposal, the applicant has applied for variances to the special boundary condition of the Winnipeg zoning bylaw. These variances will allow lot widths of 50 feet instead of 87 feet, and lot areas of 9,950 and 10,560 square feet instead of the required 15,786 square feet. As well, there's a variance to permit parking spaces in the driveway that are not leading directly to a parking space in an attached garage or at the back of the site. The Public Service does not support these variances applied for. The reasons for this are the site is located in the recent communities policy area where there's no design guidelines or criteria under the infill guidelines. Instead, the Public Service's criteria for supporting subdivision to create 2 single-family dwellings in recent communities is that there be at least one established example of a lot with the same size as what's proposed. So in this case, there are no examples of lots that have the same size or width as what's proposed. And this was looking at this block of Roblin Boulevard between Bachelor Avenue on the north and Barnstaple Cove on the south. And in this block, instead, lot widths range between 70 and 100 feet. So creating two new 50-foot wide lots would establish a new precedent in terms of lot sizes. Additionally, regarding the variance for the driveway that is in the front yard, the applicant is proposing looped driveways on each of the lots. And as noted earlier, this is to avoid backing out onto Roblin Boulevard, which the city does discourage. However, the loop lane on each of these 50-foot wide lots would create a large amount of paved area in the front yards, which would detract from the general character of this part of Roblin Boulevard. The decision to reject the variances was appealed and is before this committee today. Thank you.
Any questions at this juncture for the public service? All right, seeing none, we'll move on.
Okay, at this time, we will call forward the appellant, who in this case is also the applicant on the file, Tajinder Pal Singh. If you'd like to come up to the podium, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Good morning.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Tajinder Singh. I have a quick presentation, and plus I have some evidence which I need to distribute to all four of you, if you'll permit.
Has this been sent to?
Yes, this has been sent already,
Perfect. They do have copies of it.
but I have highlighted it so that they don't have to skim through all the pages, which is going to be very time-consuming for all.
Mr. Harris will collect it
Okay.
from you. Guys need a break yet? You want some tea?
I prepared.
Hey, Sean. You did, Sean.
I still have the cursor, right?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Singh. You have 10 minutes with committee.
Okay, so we are here for the subdivision of 4452 Roblin Boulevard. I'm not able to go to the next slide. Okay, I got it.
There you go.
Okay, this is the current house and site. It's a 1918 1.5-story house. The site itself is 102 feet and 11 inches, 20,498 square feet of lots zoned R1L. Again, a front street view of the current site. Our proposal is to create two lots, 51.5 feet wide. Lot 1 will be 9,951. Lot 2 will be 10,562 square feet. Aerial view showing a number of mature trees on the lot. We did email area councillor on May 4th and we got a reply on May 8th to do community consultation. A suggestion was made by the councillor to gather at least 80% of support on this side of the block. Subsequently, we did send out registered mails along with our introduction letter, and door knocking was also done on December 28th of 2023, May 8th, 9th, and 10th of 2024, like 4 rounds of door knocking. We got support of few people on the block. These were at least 67% of people on the same block. They provided us signatures of support. You can see who supported us, immediate neighbors. They are in favor of the project, except 3 houses to the south near Barnstaple Cove. They were unreachable. Site access and demographics. Site is in very close proximity in the north to 7-Eleven, Toba Center for Youth and Children, Assiniboine Park, To the west, we have Tuxedo Golf Club, Canadian Mennonite University, and to the south of the site, we have grocery stores like Safeway, Westland Insurance, Tim Hortons, McDonald's, and Charleswood Dog Park. We also have bus stops near the site, which are just 1 minute of walking distance away, 2 bus stops for eastbound Roblin and 2 bus stops for westbound Roblin. Here I'm showing you an example of a site which was subdivided into 3 lots in 2019, 4530 Roblin. All these 3 lots were ranging from 6,900 square feet to 7,900 square feet, and the average site width was 60 feet. This was approved in 2008. It's 2 minutes away from the proposed site. In dividing these lots, the planning department, they took average lot widths of nearby lots, which was 111, but 60 feet width was considered here. Also, the average lot area was 17,803 square feet, but 6,900 square feet to 7,900 square feet was considered per lot for this 3-lot subdivision. 344 Oakdale, which is again 2-minute drive, same neighborhood of Marlton. Average lot widths here were 97.2 feet, but 50 feet width was considered here, and average lot area was 38,531, but 13,270 square feet per lot was considered when dividing it into 2 lots. 4560 Roblin, which is south from the subject site, 750 meters away. This was again approved in 2019 for 2 lots. Average lot sizes was 6,782 square feet, 56 feet wide of each lot. 292 Marlton, 3 lots were approved with 60 feet width to 62 feet wide, and this was done again in 2019. On the north side of the proposed site, we have Bachelor Avenue, and you can see certain lots which are even less than 6,000 square feet. They are 60 feet wide. Like there are probably 8 to 9 lots which are less than 6,000 square feet. There are some examples of 50 feet wide lots, which are approximately 10 to 12,000 square feet on Oakdale, and 1 lot on Marlton Avenue. As per the Winnipeg zoning bylaw, for R1 large, minimum lot area needs to be 5,500 square feet. We are well and beyond that. Minimum lot width should be 25 feet. Again, we are well and beyond that. Minimum front yard needs to be 20 feet. We are at 67 feet. Minimum rear yard is 25. As per the zoning bylaw, we exceed that. Minimum side yards needs to be 4 feet. We are providing 6 feet of side yards for the existing neighbors. Maximum building height needs to be 35 feet, and we are at 27 feet or even less. And maximum lot coverage is 40%, and we are at 17 to 18% per lot. I'll show you in the plans above. Okay, and I want to cite an example of Barnstaple Cove, which was a development that was approved in 1979. Average lot size here is 7,466 square feet to 10,000 square feet, and average lot width ranges from 60 feet to 64 feet, which is very close by to the current site. Attached is the 3D of the proposed 2-story houses. Okay, so this shows the current site. Again, building lot coverage for lot 1, 17%, lot 2, 18% versus 40% required as per the zoning bylaw. We are leaving 2,500 square feet of lot area for both lots in the back to preserve the existing trees. On top of that, we are planting 4 new trees, and 12 shrubs per lot, making it a total of 8 trees and 24 shrubs per lot. If that condition of cars not backing onto the Roblin is lifted, we can plant even more number of trees and preserve some of the existing trees and shrubberies as well. This shows our building height for the first house on Lot 1, which is 27 feet high. We are using hardy siding and stucco as the material on this one. Some privacy screens have been installed for existing neighbors. Second house has a height of 25.7 feet. Hardy siding, gray stone, and stucco is the architectural material on this one. Points to consider: site is 20,000 square feet, which is a fairly large lot. Our proposal meets the criteria of zoning bylaw. Planners support a fourplex on this site, but not a subdivision. Area residents, while I did door knocking, they were not comfortable with the multifamily, rather they supported the 2-lot subdivision. The design is prepared as per the infill guidelines, but this is a recent community, but still we complied with the infill guidelines. Water and waste has no capacity concerns. No requirement from Public Works for the other properties that are already on this block or other subdivisions where they want the cars to enter or leave the property in a forward motion. We are working with a certified arborist for tree protection as well. Attached is the email from Water and Waste Department for support. This is the email from Public Works where they want us to be creative with the driveways. This is the email from the planners. And we did consult the technologist as garbage collection at Water and Waste, and they also do not have any concerns in terms of garbage collection. In my closing comments, I ask you for support on this project. It's favorable to city's densification goals since this is a large lot for just a single family. Design matches character and surrounding properties. We are willing to modify our plans and front entry driveway if required for tree preservation. It will help in solving housing crisis. We have done community engagement and got support for most of the people on the block. Perfect example of increasing densification, and it will help Charleswood grow better. Thank you for your time and patient hearing.
Any questions at this juncture, Councillor? Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Just on the comments around our communications, when I suggested that you get 80% support there, you fell short of that.
I did fall short of that, but 3 of the neighbors were unreachable, sir. We did send them registered mails, did 4 door knocking consultation, but I was not able to reach them out. I went at various holiday days and during evenings on weekdays as well, but I found nobody over there.
Thank you. And just in regards to your comparisons within the neighborhood here, I think it's a bit of a stretch, to be quite honest with you, because if you want to start pulling up addresses in the neighborhood here, I mean, I can get into properties that are within spitting distance that are 45,000 square feet for lot coverage.
I'm just doing this to cite as an example. There was no bad intention from my side.
Yeah, I
It's
just think
just
that we
to
need
show a perspective.
I appreciate that. I think we just need to understand the context of the neighborhood, because that is why it is opposed by the public service, is because there are no examples of lots in this area, right?
There are examples. There are examples on Martin and Oakdale. And there are examples on Barnstaple Cove, which are even shorter. Some, at least 3 to 4 lots on Barnstaple Cove, they front on Roblin. They are about 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. Our proposal is 9,900 square feet for Lot 1, and it exceeds 10,500 square feet on Lot 2.
And just in regards to the general character of the neighborhood, again, giving you an opportunity here, how it affects the general character. There has been situations where same type of project, except one single-family home was built on a lot similar in size. So again, coming back to, there's no splits of these lots to have these 50-foot frontages, right?
I get that, sir, but let's say, suppose we are building a house on a 100-feet lot, because the prices in Winnipeg have shot up during the COVID time and in the recent times, if we are building a house of that scale on that lot, it will going to have a ticket size of more than $1 million. I believe if we'll be more comfortable with a ticket size of 650 to 750, and we can have two families over there instead of just one, it will be easier, but it will ease the burden on ourselves as well in terms of our financial goals, plus it will help city grow as well. There will be two tax properties instead of one, and it's difficult to sell a house over $1 million. It's going to sit on the market for a while. Rather, we'll have an easy sale for this type of project, because Charleswood doesn't have lower income people. There might be a few pockets, but it will fit the budget of a medium to high income family.
Okay, so 2 points then to that. If you're looking for affordable housing in this area in particular, I think you picked the wrong area.
No, I'm not looking for.
I'm just saying, like, we have also, again, if you want to look at the surrounding area,
Yeah.
I can, again, take you down there, $10 million home on the river, right? I mean, like, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
1 million plus is a lot.
Yeah.
I personally can't afford that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this neighborhood desires that type of home, right? And that's the argument here from the public service, why they're denying it, is because it doesn't fit in the context. Whether it be, you know, I think you're being pretty generous with 600,000. I don't think any houses are selling for $600,000 here, but I guess we'll wait and see. But again, and your comment about everybody has money in Charleswood, I would just caution you on that. That's not the case.
Sir, I'm saying
Yeah.
medium income to high income families. I'm not
Okay.
saying everybody
Appreciate
has money. I'm just stating it has less of affordable housing, like lower income people. So our house ranging from 650 to 750 will be better suited for this area, because there are new subdivisions where houses are selling in that price range.
Okay, well, should this committee, you know, accept your appeal here today, I will look for that $650,000 house on the market.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Duncan. Any further questions, councillors? It is novel a bit to see collaborative planning discussion in this report. You're proposing something that is contrary to policy, which the public service is upholding. The public service in every component report in front of Appeals Committee always talks about the collaborative planning, whether they're, you know, for or against a particular proposal. It must have been, and this is my question, a bit of a journey for you, because at every step of the way, I imagine the public service informed you that they have confines of the infill strategy, and at every step of the way, you must have said, I'll take my chances. Is that fair?
That's fair, but they were supporting, they had advised me that, you know what, you can do a small multifamily over here.
Right.
If I would have gone that route, I'll have a lot of opposition today, because
Because both things can be true.
because I did, while I was getting support signatures, I did present them that plan as well. And people said, you know what, it's a single-family neighborhood. We'd like to see 2 houses rather than 4 houses.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Singh. I think you presented the rock in a hard place argument well.
Okay, thank you so much.
We'll go on.
Okay, we have no one else registered in support of the appeal. Just to confirm, is there anyone here who would like to speak in support of the appeal? Seeing none, we've had no one registered to speak in opposition to the appeal. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition to the appeal? And is there anyone here who would like to speak for information on the appeal? Seeing none, we can go to questions for the public service.
Any questions, councillors? Seeing none, we'll move on. Time for motions. Councillors, time for motions. Did anyone want to take the chair?
I'll take
Or, no, Councillor Dobson.
I'm taking it. Okay, I can do it.
Okay.
I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor? Aye. Carried unanimously.
I move that in accordance to subsections 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent?
What do you want to do?
No, I'm not in favor of the appeal.
It's not consistent.
It's not consistent, okay. Confusing on that. It's not consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan. Does create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway, is not the minimum modification of a zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property, and is not compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. And my supporting reasons are that most of the properties in the area are much larger. I don't like the fact, as well as I don't like the fact that the whole front drive is going to be all concrete or paved surfaces, and those are my reasoning.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Any discussion?
I also like to add just comments around the public service reasons for not supporting this, as there are no examples of lots in this area. I know the applicant spoke about the surrounding area, some streets that are in the neighborhood. Those are mostly infill with, as the applicant had mentioned, in the 70s, and then on to streets that are not on Roblin Boulevard. Establishing a new precedence is also something that I'm wary of here with having smaller lots in this area where people go to buy these specific homes for these specific large lots because they are few and far between in the city of Winnipeg. And those would be my main concerns here that I'll support Councillor Dobson.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? I'll just, echo the public service record on this is in line with Councillor Dobson's motion, and that's why it has my support. I do appreciate Mr. Singh really challenging policies in the city of Winnipeg to look at, what are, two beautiful designs for housing. What I think is important, though, to note is that the council has been working very hard on policy to support our Winnipeg and complete communities. And in this decision of the public service, I think there's a lot of alignment on council. And moreover, I think that the public service represented, some very nuanced arguments in favor of policy that we've supported in our Winnipeg complete communities, and holding the infill guidelines is different. So for those reasons, I'm in support of Councillor Dobson's motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Seeing none, That was carried unanimously. We'll move on. Councillor
Okay,
Dobson.
and I move that the appeal be denied and the decision of the Director of Planning, Property and Development be concurred.
All those in favor?
Aye. And I move that variance order DAV 126949/2024C
Be confirmed.
be confirmed. Thank
All
you.
those in favor? Carried unanimously. Close out the hearing.
And I move that the public hearing with respect to this appeal be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Can we have a 5-minute health break? I'm losing my voice. Welcome back to the Appeal Committee for the regular meeting for September 11th. We'll move into the matter pertaining to 533 Burgos Street. This isn't a, it was probably a combined hearing. It's not a combined appeal, but we'll move on to the matter pertaining to the conditional use for 533 Burgos.
Item 3 is an appeal against the decision of the Director of Planning, Property and Development to approve a conditional use for 533 Borgo Street under file DCU 129696A/2024C. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time, namely, Item 4 is an appeal against the decision of the Director of Planning, Property and Development to approve a variance for 533 Borgo Street under file DAV 129707A/2024C. Please note additional communications were received in opposition to the appeal, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. I'll turn it over to a member of the administration for a brief overview.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clerk. The subject property is on the west side of Bourgeot Street. It is at the corner of Bourgeot and Cabana Place. This is in the central St. Boniface neighborhood of the St. Boniface ward. The subject property is zoned R2, a residential two-family zoning, and is located in a mature communities policy area under the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0. The site is approximately 5,440 square feet in area and is currently occupied by a two-story dwelling that was constructed in 1902 and functions as a single-family detached dwelling presently. The subject site is accessed by Cabana Place on the south side of the property, and this Cabana Place functions as a lane property, or as a laneway. The applicant proposes to construct a fourplex multifamily building on the site. So this would contain 4 dwelling units, and the building would be 2 stories in height. 4 parking stalls will be provided. These parking stalls will be accessed directly from Cabana Place on the south side of the property. To accommodate this proposed fourplex, the applicant requires a conditional use application to allow a multifamily use on an R2 property. As well, variances are necessary to accommodate this proposal. The variances are for front and corner side yard setbacks and to provide 4 parking stalls instead of the 5 required. The public service supports the applications, both the conditional use and the variance, and recommends a number of conditions to ensure that the design meets the residential infill guidelines and is generally compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So these conditions include that the height of the building be limited to a maximum of 28 feet, that the rear yard setback be no less than 33 feet, that the side yard setbacks be no less than 4 feet, that the lot coverage be no more than 42%, that no front approaches be permitted, so approaches off of Bourgeot, and that an arborist report be submitted to the public service prior to permits being issued. The decision by the public service to approve the variance and conditional use was appealed and is before this committee today.
Any questions at this juncture, councillors? Seeing none, thank you for the summary.
So at this time, we can call forward the appellant. Leonard Bai has been registered to speak. Leonard, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Is there anybody else?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Leonard Bai, and I live at 406 Deschambault, almost beside the property that in question. I also represent 9 of a single home dwellers, all in the same area, of which 2 of them are here today. The rest, unfortunately, work. We're opposed to the building of a fourplex at 433 Bourgeois for the following. The plan for a fourplex is not in keeping with the single-family homes that currently exist on Bourgeois, Deschambault, and Cabana Place. This is a rental mini-apartment building as compared to privately owned single homes. The concern here is that our property values will be affected by the introduction of this building. And Cabana, if you're not aware, is a very unique street in that they all share front yards. I often consider the area a dead-end area. The river is what creates the dead end in many respects. Parking will become an issue. Parking in this area is already an issue there is the introduction of Kilter Brewery, which is just down the street from us, not having an adequate number of parking spots for their customers. They consume our streets in the evening, thus preventing our ability to not only park on the street, but also to prevent family and friends from parking at a reasonable distance to our homes. The plans for this mini apartment allows for only 4 parking spots. And with 4 units, it's reasonable to assume that more than 1 vehicle will be attributed to each unit. Where will they park? Will we see extension cords extended across the roadways in winter? When I inquired with the City of Winnipeg concerning the parking issues, especially with Kilter Brewery, they said, yes, we can put up signs that would restrict the amount or the time for parking cars, but there's an annual fee for the residents. In other words, if you wanted to park your car in the street as being a resident of that area, you'd have to pay the city $25 a year in order to do that. Sewage concerns. The plan shows 4 kitchens and 14 bedrooms and a lot of bathrooms. We assume that there would be a minimum of 18 residents. That will be a lot of sewage. How is that going to affect the existing sewage area system in our area? And the last point is population density. The increase in people in this area is a concern. Yes, there are 2 large businesses in the area, and there's a fair amount of truck traffic, but only during the day. For the most part, this has been a quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
Mr. Bai, you still have 7 minutes. Is there anything further?
That's fine.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Bai, councilors? Councilor Allard, do you have a question?
Well, thank you for the presentation. I think you mentioned 8 units. The application before me is for 4.
He mentioned...
No, I did say 4 units, but
Okay.
the plan calls for 4 kitchens and 14 bedrooms.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And you're extrapolating.
And so, I mean, we're guessing, but we're saying that there's going to be a minimum of 18 residents.
Oh, I see.
So 4 parking spots doesn't make sense.
Okay. I mean, I heard your statements about property value. I know that there was a study commission that looked into that question by the appraisers, the equivalent of the Appraisers Association of Manitoba. The conclusion is essentially that there is no impact to property value other than during construction. And
Other than the what, sorry?
Other than during construction.
I see.
Yeah. I mean, there's several factors, including like the surrounding areas may go up in value because these types of buildings are, I mean, they increase the net value of the city lands, and they also increase the net value of whoever owns that property. So there's a lot of factors involved in terms of property values. And I mean, I heard also what you said about the parking and the time limited parking. And many parts of St. Boniface already have the time limited parking restrictions for the reasons that you stated, where I know I grew up on Bertrand Street. We went, I think, all the way down to 1 hour parking because of all of the, and that's back in the day, because of essentially the street was completely packed all of the time. And so I don't think that's the case here.
Is there a question, Councillor Lord?
No, I guess I'm trying to have a conversation. The rules of order make that conversation very difficult, but
Yes.
If I can interject, the parking with, we were told by, and I'm going to use Kilter Brewery, which I believe you're familiar with, that it wouldn't be an issue when they first opened. Well, it's become a huge issue. So the parking problem, quite frankly, with a fourplex is only going to get worse. And the second thing with respect to a fourplex is just, in my view, it's really out of place with all your single-family homes. I would have a much easier time accepting a duplex as compared to a fourplex, especially where we live.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I have no further questions at this time. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes those who had pre-registered to speak at the hearing. However, there was an indication there may be some folks in the gallery. Is there anyone here who would like to come down to speak in support of the appeal, in support of what you just heard? Sure. Okay. I will just need you to fill out the registration form.
Okay.
Might have to help.
You'd probably get more trouble than I would. Thanks, guy.
You can do it after you speak.
Yeah, okay. Anyways, I support it, okay? And I can understand with my neighbors and what they're thinking.
Can we
There's
just
changes
get you
or
to, we'll just pause. We'll get you to fill out the form, and then we'll get you to introduce yourself to committee. But first things first, Mr. Harris is there to help you with the form. Yeah, we've got time. Go ahead. You're not running out. I adore it. I love democracy, you guys. Democracy is my favorite.
There's no street.
It's like a You can wait on the bench for now, but that's why we fill out the form. Would you like to come down and speak and join us at committee? You two, if you haven't registered, will fill out the form, then introduce yourself to committee. Is there anyone else that might wish to speak in this hearing? If so, and then haven't registered with clerks, if so, you can fill out the registration form. Perhaps you're here for a different appeal. Did you guys see Mr. Schellinger's? It's a beautiful painting. I was with White. So I said, what did it look like? Okay, welcome, introduce yourself, and you're with committee and you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good morning. My name is Wendy Henriksen, and I live at 411 Cabana Place, which is just adjacent to the property. My back deck and my patio, when I sit out there, I see the property. It's right across the back lane from where I live. And I guess the first thing I wanted to do was, Matt, I don't see how.
I'll just, you're going to direct all your comments to me because I'm chairing.
Oh, okay,
And
okay.
so, instead of using first names, or I'm not sure who Matt you're addressing is, but, you're just going to talk to me
Okay.
as if directed all to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't understand how an apartment building that could have so many residents living in it is going to increase the property values. My house, as I said, looks directly at that property, and my whole street on both sides and on Bourgeot are all residential homes. They're not apartment blocks. Like, there's no apartment block where there's people coming and going all the time. So I'm concerned about the value of my property going down. This area is also zoned R2 for a reason. The purpose of the residential R2 zone is to maintain sewer-serviced, low-density neighborhoods consisting primarily of 1 or 2 unit dwellings. And how will the sewer in front of 533 Bourgeot Street manage an additional possibly 14 to 28 people using the water, the toilets, and the showers of the residences? The fourplex survey is suggesting 14 bedrooms altogether. The water line that is running in front of the address on Bourgeot has already exploded, actually twice. I've lived there for 27 years. Twice that water line has exploded. And the water line actually from Bourgeot comes in front of, the only way we can get our water on Cabana Place is there's a water line on city property that doesn't have a home on it. It's city property, and there's 2 water lines actually running underneath there to service Cabana Place. So that's where we get our water from. My second concern is parking. It's already at a premium on Cabana Place and Bourgeot Street, and often customers of the Kilter Brewing Company take every single available parking spot on these 2 streets. If I have company over, generally they can't park within walking distance of my home. And if someone in the fourplex has visitors, there'll be no place for them to park. And if someone in the fourplex has more than 1 vehicle, where are they going to park? And what will the traffic be like and the safety for all of us and for the children that live in the neighborhood? The other concern I have is that ever since Ahmed Mohammed took possession of the property at 533 Bourgeot, the property has not been maintained. The grass is never cut unless someone, i.e. me, calls 311 and speaks to them. The fence is decrepit and falling down. I've seen wild animals that are actually living in the house, and someone just came by a couple of weeks ago and boarded it up. There's still wild animals that I've seen on top of the house. So I don't know if all the windows are completely boarded up or not. It's been a complete eyesore in the neighborhood, and everyone in this area maintains their properties with pride. And 533 stands out because the owner has done nothing to maintain it. And I'm wondering what it's going to look like with all those people living there. Will he suddenly start maintaining it? Or is he going to be a slum landlord? The proposed yard appears to be quite small also. If there are children, where will they play? I've lived at 411 Cabana Place for 26 years. And I bought my property because of the park-like setting on Cabana Place. I don't have a front street, but rather a sidewalk that runs between my property and the north property and the south property. It's not connected because the river runs down there, but there's 2 cabana places actually, and we just have a park like sitting in between us, no front street. And the only way you can access our properties is by the back lanes. And our back lane actually on Cabana Place is an enhanced back lane, so it's wider. It's a very quiet and beautiful area that is set back off of Des Murons. And I love living here because it's like living in a park. It's very quiet. There's no vehicular traffic for the most part. We have deer that come through our property, and directly across from my back lane is 533 Bourgeot Street, and I wonder what the traffic will be like. Bourgeot Street is a one-way street, and it was designated this way to prevent large vehicles from coming up our enhanced back lane. So I am really concerned about the ambiance of our neighborhood. It's been such a quiet, beautiful area. And I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair? I'm just going to do a like response.
We have questions. Councilor Laird, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So, Madam Chair, through you to the delegation, the question of sewer and water came up, and it's, forgive me for this phrasing, but are you aware that prior to permits, there has to be a check that there is adequate water and sewer capacity prior to permits being issued by the Public Service?
No, I just know what happened when the water exploded right next to my house, because there's my house, and then there's vacant property, and then there's my neighbor, and that vacant property is where our water line comes in to service our area because we don't have a front street. So it's just, I don't know, probably 5 years ago, one of the water pipes burst, and they came out and replaced it with a newer style pipe. And then before the summer was over, the second pipe burst, and it was the same thing, they had to come out. So I don't know if it was just old pipes that were going to burst anyways. And that pipe goes right out in front of Bourgeot Street. So that was my concern was, you know, with the additional usage of the sewer, I guess, how will that affect us?
Okay. Madam Chair, through you to the delegation, like, are you aware that in cases where there's critical infrastructure failures, the Public Service will address those issues? Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a 1-2 time failure. If it escalates, often I will see the Public Service go in and correct the situation. Once again, apologies for the are you aware style of the format.
So if there's more houses or more people using those facilities, then what you're saying is you'll just be responsible for fixing it up.
It's more of a general city policy. It's like, are you aware that if there are too many breaks, too many structural issues underground, the city will often fast track those areas if there are significant issues. For example, on Lindell Drive, the riverbank stabilization was going to crush the pipes. Instead, the Public Service created a project to protect the pipes. So in the event of critical failures, the Public Service will go and fix the thing if it becomes an emergency.
Okay.
And then I think you're aware that in terms of parking, that through a petition process, which I would be happy to help with, that you would be able to time limit the parking on the streets that you reside on?
Why should I have to do that? That's not the property. I didn't buy that with that intention. I never thought, oh, in 25 years, I'm going to now have to pay to allow people to park in front of my property. That's not what I signed up for.
I understand.
When I bought my house.
Are you aware that other neighborhoods in St. Boniface, like in Norwood West, that citizens did, after a public meeting, decide to go and petition because they've made the determination after much discussion that having access to more parking on the street was more beneficial with the $25 fee.
Councillor Lard, do you have questions? Because, you know, the intent of the question period is to determine what more you might need from appellants or those that come before us. It isn't to use Are You Aware questions to then debate them on the floor. And I feel like you're skating closer to, as opposed to eliciting comments from the speakers that are coming in appeal today, that you are, you know, using, you know, other examples to illustrate points. And so if I'm going to ask you to ask questions, because you get ample time at the end when you're discussing supportive reasons to comment and make those, you know, and even do public education if you feel it necessary. But I don't find that you have a question so much for this speaker, Councillor Lard. Is that fair?
Yeah, I will withhold further questions at this time. Thank you for the delegation.
Just, can I make one more comment then?
You may.
That I forgot to mention, and that's my privacy. I'm one of maybe 3 houses that will be affected by, when I sit out on my deck, I'm going to have this apartment building with all these windows and all these people looking right into my backyard. And when Marianne lived there, and she lived at 533 Bourgeot, I mean, yes, she was a single individual. She was married when she first moved into the property, but that was just one couple. But to have 14 or 16 people living there, I'm just wondering about, you know, my privacy as well.
Okay, thank you very much. There is another question for you from Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, good morning. And
morning.
Just for a point of clarification, at the start of your presentation, you had mentioned that when you have friends over, there's no parking, but then later in the so indicating that it's busy there. But then later in your presentation, you had said that there's hardly any traffic there. So just could you clarify?
When I first moved into the property, that's why I bought the property, is because it's an unknown kind of area of the city.
Yeah.
You know, because we don't have a front street. It's just simply a sidewalk between our homes. And it's very private and very quiet. And that's the reason I bought the property, is because of it's so beautiful. It's serene. It's right on the river. It's very quiet. And now with Kilter, we're starting to see tons of traffic, especially on the weekends.
Right.
When I have friends that come over to visit, they can't park on my street. And if we've got this fourplex going in, then it's going to make it even more difficult for parking.
Okay. And I hear you, through you, Madam Chair, I hear you on your privacy concerns being out on your back deck, backing on to this.
This apartment block.
So we'll obviously have an opportunity to ask further questions and look at the proposed design of the building to potentially address those concerns.
Well, I've seen where the windows are going to be on the property. I've seen the survey of the building.
Thank you.
Surveys.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anything further, councillors? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to confirm one more time. Is there anyone here to speak in support of the appeal, in support of those you just heard? Seeing none, we can move on to those in opposition. We do have Gord Pascoe registered to speak in opposition to the appeal. You can come forward. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Okay, I did write something, but I'm just going to talk from my heart.
And introduce yourself, please.
Gord Pascoe,
Nice.
and I actually live on 402 Deschambault Street. Okay, so I have a lot of concerns here about it, because actually my backyard joins in with the backyard of this complex that's going in. So we're right next to each other, okay? When it was all happening, I reached out to find out who was building this. I ended up finding out the owner. His name was Dr. Mohammed. He called me the next day and asked if he could drop by. I said, sure. Came by, he sat with me for over 2 hours explaining everything he was planning, which was great. And like I said, I know changes are hard, right? But I look at it this way. I mean, we got a doctor that's going to be moving in. It's just not somebody going to fill something up and then they take off and just get the money for it. He's going to be living there, okay? To me, that's important. So for sure, he's going to keep the place up if he's living there. And as far as the parking, and that's that Kiltner microbrewery down our street on Deschambault, and it has been a pain. It's been a big time pain because you can't park on the front. You can't. It doesn't bother me because I got parking in the back, but I can see all the other neighbors. I did actually went down and I talked to one of the owners. And I kind of explained my situation, like, is there something we can do to maybe make this easier? And he actually told me that right next, because there's a glass company and there's a construction and there's a big parking lot there. They're allowed to use it. So, of course, I just said, why don't you put up some signs just saying to the people who are coming here, use the parking here. That's all you had to do. Now, whether he's done it or not, I'm not sure, kind of thing. But I think overall, this is, to be honest, this is the best thing we, for what else could go in there. I like it. I like it, honestly. That's it.
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Pasco?
No, I think it's good.
Now, like I say,
presentation.
I'm joining his backyard, so if anybody, he's going to be right there with me, kind of thing. And yeah, you're going to have people in there. I mean, that's part of anything, right, on this. Anyways, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just to confirm, is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to the appeal?
That was adorable.
Okay, yes, we did not have you pre-register, but I'll get you to fill out the form. You can send it in. Is there anyone else beyond that would like to speak in opposition to the appeal or for information on this specific appeal? Okay.
He's coming down. Yeah. It really does eat into the time, so if you really feel you might want to say something, please come down, fill out the form. I appreciate sometimes you're just moved to speak when you're moved to speak, but if you do feel like you need to speak to the application and you have not registered, please come down. Mr. Harris will help you fill out the forms.
No, they come later. They're a delegated authority to the director, or they come back to the committee if we want.
What did he ask?
Why there's no plan? It's just the zoning.
Oh, yeah.
We could
Depends.
send it to community committee, or we can do delegated. I've done that before, yeah. We can send it to community committee. But it,
All right, everybody.
there's the form,
Your minds are still
35
really.
feet.
All right, who do we have?
Good morning. My name is Ahmed Mohammed. I'm the applicant on the file. I'm here to represent myself and the owner, who's my wife. So I better do good, or I will miss my lunch here. Anyways, I apologize. This is actually, I'm not a builder. I'm a pharmacist, and I haven't signed up, and I haven't even got connected my computer to show you all the slide and the presentation I have here. Long
Would you
story
like
short,
assistance on that for a
If you
presentation?
email it to me, I can distribute it to the committee member, but you're not able to log in, you're not able to connect your own computer to our system due to security concerns.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll try my best to explain. So let's see how good of a explainer I could
A
be.
presentation is not necessary.
Awesome. So basically, this house is built in 1902. It's a 122 years old house and with known foundation problems. I believe before I took possession of the house, there was a water line that burst inside the house that caused some mold issues and whatnot. So I knew basically this is a tear down. This is not a house to keep in any way or refurbish. One of the appellant actually mentioned it's an eyesore, and I couldn't agree more. It is an old house that needs to be taken down. It's a corner lot. It's between Cabana and Bourgeois. The lot size is 49 wide by 111 deep, it's designated R2, as the city official mentioned. I apologize, I wish I can show you all the pictures, but basically this corner is probably 12 to 13 houses away from Dismiron, which is a busy roadway with all the transit. This house has two back lanes. So it's in the corner of Cabana, which serves as a back laneway, and Bourgeois. And between this house and the neighbor to the north, there is a back lane. It's publicly owned. So there is two back lanes. The only neighbor I have attached to the property, Gord, who happened to be against the appeal here. Again, I apologize. I wish I can show you everything I worked on yesterday, but from Cabana, you can see all the sides on Cabana side. It's not a back lane. It's a paved wide road. There is access to the backyard, access to the parking in the backyard from there. Next to that, I have just some images of the directions. And if you see what I propose and what I have right now, the argument of depreciating anybody's value, I don't know. I have a fellow friend who's a realtor in the gathering today, but I don't know if he's registered. But basically, I applied when I took this position. This house, I applied to build a duplex. We didn't even need variances. We didn't need to do any of that. I want to just get it done and done quick. Long story short, I applied. In the record, you will see I applied for the development permit with all set of drawings approved by engineers. And during the building permit, this back in May 2023. When I got the development permit issued, the building permit was in the process, and my engineer and Water and Waste, they brought up the concern of having catch basins. They basically said it this way: the lot grading is difficult. Again, I'm not a builder, I'm not an engineer, but the lot grading is not great. And long story short, we have to have basins to accommodate any dwelling in this property. So I said, no problem, we'll get quotes. I did shop for the certified contractors that do catch basins, and I got quotes from anywhere from 80,000 all the way to 100,000. So accommodating 100,000 expense or 80,000 expense on a duplex make it a no-go. Whether it's me, I'm not a builder, but this is going to be a standstill. This is not going anywhere. So I came back to the city planner, explaining what I've been through, and she expressed her support to have a fourplex, but with all the conditions that have to be met. I got the architect to make the drawings. They have been approved, I believe, in May 2nd this year, and here we are. So I'm sitting on 16-month delay on this project. Holding cost. I hear people complaining about parking and whatnot, and I couldn't agree more. I personally witnessed, especially in the weekends, and I go there often. So I personally witnessed the fellow going to Kilter Brewery. They have freely using the parking, the street parking on Bourgeois. And I did I sent actually my worker to meet one of the owners in Kilter, and they explained the same thing Gord mentioned. There is actually there is a dedicated parking for their customers. However, there's no signs to explain to people they need to park there, and just people take it easy and park in the street. Having said that, I'm not Kilter. I don't see, I'm not here to defend Kilter per se, but I asked the owner if they can put up a sign. They promised. If they don't, I have no problem putting the sign for them. It's one small expense against holding the house any further, really. So this is, again, I apologize. I couldn't agree on how beautiful this place is. This is maybe, I will take, I would agree with the appellants here. It's a beautiful area. It's basically 4 or 5 minutes away from 3 schools nearby, 5 minutes away from all the shopping and commercial amenities on Desmiron, and I'm a biker, so there is a biking infrastructure in this neighborhood. It's great, and when I hear people saying there is probably 14 people, I hear the lady earlier mentioned there was 28 people. There is no way I can fit 28 people in this small size fourplex. Again, we're not comparing a big house with 2-3 trucks in their driveway versus a young family or a couple, maybe with one child. I know people living with one car. I know people biking all the time. I know it's again 12, 13 houses away from Desmiron where all the transit infrastructure exists. So I honestly, I can understand where they're coming from. Again, I'm no guy. They don't know me, and here I am. And I honestly came myself to show everybody my face so they know me. And we can work together during if we got the go-ahead, we will work together during the building and even after the fact, after its completion. I'm not a slum landlord. I own lots of properties. I'm a pharmacist. I own lots of businesses. I take pride in keeping up with my properties. This is the tear down, so don't expect me to repair the house or do any. Again, the maintenance and the bylaws have to be followed. But I got people calling the city in May 2024 for cutting the grass. Again, we had lots of rain, and I get that. But at the end of the day, I'm new, and I have to introduce myself. And here I am. If there is any concern, I'm happy to address them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it's important, when I did hear the allegation of slum landlord, I did almost intervene because of the personalization. I'm glad you responded to some of the bylaw concerns. I do think it is that is my bad as chair, but it's important to make sure that this is a forum where people are, sharing what is on their mind, and I didn't. I thought that it was a description, but I should have called it at that point, so I apologize for that. Are there any questions, councillors, for Dr. Mohammed? Go ahead, Councillor Allard.
Thank you. So I did hear some people mention 18 residents. I also know that building new housing for families is important to many residents in St. Boniface. I don't see how many bedrooms there would be per unit. Would you mind sharing what your plans would be, given I don't see it in the document?
Again, I apologize. I wish I was well prepared to connect my, but my understanding is we're having in the fourplex there is 2 suites with 2 bedrooms, and the 2 other suites will have 3 bedroom, and the basement suites will have access to the basement.
Yeah, no.
So you have 2 2-bedroom and 2 3-bedroom with the access to the basement to the main floor suites.
Okay. This is more a question for the administration, but would I be in a position to impose those conditions for the 3-bedroom units as part of this appeal?
Well, we have an opportunity to
I'll ask that
discuss.
later.
That's also,
You have another
it's also something that you
tree-related
need
question?
to talk to your colleagues about, I think, on the committee.
Of course.
Tree-related question, go ahead.
Yes, so do you know how many trees will be impacted?
That's a good question. I apologize. I should have mentioned that. That was on my PowerPoint file here. So there is some trees that exist on the property. I believe there is 5 or 6 with some shrubs. I have in file an arborist report that explains really most of these trees don't have value in keeping, whether they're sick or there's some sort of a disease. And in the arborist report, there is images attached if you want to reference this to. So the recommendation I had from the arborist to remove these trees and would replace them with the newer, in the landscaping plan, with the newer trees.
Okay. Madam Chair, through you to the applicant, if we are to go in this direction, and if there is support from the committee, because it's the committee that decides, as the chair has pointed out, there were a condition to basically enshrine that in this conditional use, like to essentially impose the planting of 6 new trees. Is that something that that would be amenable to you?
Honestly, as long as it can fit, I'm happy to help. My understanding is there is a boulevard that's on Cabana and Bourgeau. This is owned by the city. So if I can have the access to that, that's great. There is already trees. I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers, but there is trees to fulfill the requirement of the soft landscaping. We have trees in the backyard. How many? I'm not sure. As long as we can fit them, that's I don't see this difficult.
Councillor Duncan, I see you.
Yeah.
Just go ahead, Councillor Allard, keep going.
Okay, Madam Chair, I see my colleagues pointed out that in the drawing, the submission, there is room for 6 trees. So
awesome.
Given that, an imposition of that, if the committee goes in this direction, seems to be something that you could accommodate based on the plan submitted.
Certainly. The last thing I want to do is to cut down trees to build more parking. So when I hear people concerned about parking, I can accommodate 5 parking, but I will have to basically wipe out the green space in the backyard and dedicate it for parking, and will basically share the northern back lane. This is not in any benefit. I don't think the neighbors will appreciate that. Neither my future residents.
Just one more.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to the proponent. You mentioned active transportation or cycling. Do you intend to install bike parking for residents?
I sure do,
in
yes.
suite, and on that, is that, I don't know if it's already part of the plan, but is that something that you would welcome as another condition to this development were it to be approved by committee?
This is a great point, and honestly, it's there. It just, again, I apologize not being able to show it to you, but there is a bike rack, and again, I bike all the time myself, and I have a bike rack attached. I believe it's in the north side corner, northwest of the property.
And Madam Chair, through you to the delegate, do you know how many bike racks, how many bikes would fit there?
You know what? I can. Sorry.
And through you, Madam
4.
Chair. Okay.
I believe 4.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the proponent, I believe there can also be an imposition of indoor bike facilities. I understand they're not. They can be installed at little expense. Is that something else you might consider?
Honestly, again, as a biker myself, I don't. Putting the racks in the basement would be in. That's just my opinion, but I have no problem if that's satisfy you. I'm all for it. That's no problem.
Yeah, I've had tires taken off of my bike in indoor parking.
We all did.
But I think my colleagues have some questions, or perhaps.
Councillor Duncan, are you ready?
I am ready, thank you. Just some of the concerns about privacy, I think could potentially be addressed if there was a better understanding of who you might be targeting to rent these units out to. Potentially you could enlighten the committee with what your target market would be.
Right. That's a good question. And honestly speaking, when we talk about privacy, it's not going to be unique in any way for this house. This is everywhere in Winnipeg. I have a pool in my house. Everybody, again, all the neighbors can see my kids when they play. And does it bother me? No, it doesn't. But at the end of the day, privacy is something that I can address the best I can. This is not going to be, with all the respect, this is not going to be a low-income housing. This is not going to be lots of individuals living in the house. This is honestly a smaller family, a couple with children. I personally have, in all my rental properties, I have never had a problem with my neighbors in terms of privacy, and I'm happy to share. I believe one of the property manager looking after some properties is here. This never been a problem, but in any way, if there is any suggestion, we can address it probably with the trees.
So just to summarize that explanation, you're looking to attract families.
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, anything further, councilors? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay, to confirm, is there anyone else here looking to speak in opposition to the appeal? Seeing none, is there anyone for information? Okay, at this time, we can move on to questions for the administration.
Councilor Lard, you said you had questions for administration. Does anyone else?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as part of this appeal, were we to deny it, is it possible to add conditions like imposing 6-foot coniferous trees native to Manitoba? Can we impose 2 3-bedroom suites, as it's been stated by the applicant to do that already? But, you know, I prefer seeing things in writing, if that's the way the committee would like to go. And I believe we can send plan approval to committee if there are concerns like privacy. I know that in the past I've done things like move windows around, that sort of thing.
Right. So there's a condition presently that an arborist report be submitted. I don't have that in the file, but the applicant may be correct that one has been submitted already. In any case, one would need to be reviewed. They are showing 6 trees on their site plan submitted, but that could be included as a condition. And you know, if it's the will of the committee to have it say that these 6 trees shall be a minimum of 6 feet or whatever, that can work as a condition on this. For 2 and 3 bedrooms, the conditions that can be put on a conditional use or a variance are related to the criteria of the charter for conditional uses and variances. So that's like that it be consistent, like making sure it's consistent with Plan Winnipeg, that it doesn't create an adverse effect, and that it's the minimum modification of the zoning bylaw and it's compatible with the area. So those are the 4 criteria that we always look at with variances and conditional uses. And based on that, conditioning the number of bedrooms would be kind of outside of that scope. I mean, you know, a condition that a certain amount of landscaping be provided or fencing or other things that would make this more compatible with the neighborhood, you know, we can accommodate that. But as far as limiting the number of, or, you know, requiring a certain number of bedrooms, that's kind of outside of the scope of.
Is that something that can be done at plan approval?
Yeah, and plan approval can be, I mean, that is not a condition at this time that we've included. It's rather that what we have now is that it be built according to what they've shown here substantially, or else if their plans change, that it go to the director, but that could be changed to go to the community committee for the plan approval for final plans.
Councilor Duncan, questions for the administration, and then we'll leave you back in if you have more.
Yeah. Oh, unless Councillor Lard has further questions.
No,
you can continue.
Those are the
Okay.
substantive things.
Thank you. this is almost outside of the scope of this appeal here today, but as we're discussing trees, I'm looking at this boulevard that has no city trees on it, and has that ever been a consideration in how you folks at P&D look at it and request for tree planting on this boulevard, which could mitigate all of these concerns?
Yeah, we tend to leave out boulevard trees as that's, the domain, if you will, of the Public Works Department. So planting additional landscaping on the boulevard would be worked out through the Public Works Department.
Okay. Well, I'll
not
stop you at that.
impossible.
Yeah, I know. And, something as area councilor, I'm sure you could easily request, as we have on many occasions. So.
Yeah, I've done that through zoning, but not a conditional use.
Anything further, councilors? Councilor Dobson?
Yes, could I get a clearer indication? So the parking will be coming from Cabana?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that back lane that's on the opposite side, the north side of the property will be still there?
Yeah, that's city-owned property, and a house, it takes their garage access from it, but this subject site would not take any access from that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
Yeah.
Anything further, councilors? Thanks very much. We'll move on.
So at this time, we will go back to the appellants who can speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Leonard Bai, you'll be up first. You can speak in rebuttal to comments made if you'd like. And following Leonard, Wendy, you can also come down to speak in rebuttal as an appellant. Okay. So if there's no desire to speak in rebuttal, we can move on to motions, councilors.
I have a motion, Madam Chair.
Councilor Allard.
Okay, I move that I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
I move that in accordance with section 254 and subsection 247.3 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the conditional use is consistent with Plan Winnipeg, and any applicable secondary plan does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway, and is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. In my supporting reasons, I would like to signal to my colleagues that I would like to impose a few conditions if the vote passes to this motion passes. I'd like to impose 6 trees, 6-foot coniferous, plan approval to committee. And in terms of supporting reasons outside of that, I think this is, I heard that this is, the current building is an eyesore, that it should be, well, is an eyesore and has a number of issues to it, that it's at end of life, that it should not be, should not be rebuilt. I think it is close to transit, it is close to Demeron, and I think that I hear from St. Boniface residents that they want residents where families can move in, and that includes 3-bedroom apartments. Often families will rent those, and sometimes they move on to home ownership. Sometimes they choose to stay in those 3-bedroom rentals if they're the right size and if it's the right type of accommodation for them. That the resident will be owner occupied, I think, is another plus. That plan approval going to committee, I think, can address privacy concerns. I think the other concerns I heard addressed, concerns I heard were parking, which I understand comes with a $25 fee and a petition process, and that is something that residents could consider if they want to increase the amount of parking available on the streets that they live on. And I do acknowledge that this is a change with the new uses that have occurred on neighboring properties, such as the brewery. And in terms of the water, I know and understand that the permits are not provided until water and waste is satisfied that the appropriate land drainage, water and sewer is met in the permitting of a new build. And so I think many of the concerns of the residents who came forward today will be addressed through process, as well as additional concerns that could be addressed at the plan approval at committee if this motion does pass. And I mean, I know I've said it before, but we need housing. The biggest material difference between generations right now is that housing is really expensive, and young families need places to live. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Any discussion? So moved by Councillor Allard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
And then in terms of conditions, I'm not sure where to put them, Mr. Clerk.
So if we're going to, just to clarify, I want to make sure it's going to be 6-foot coniferous trees
Yes,
and plan approval to the Riel Community Committee.
yes.
Okay. So in that case, it would be the addition of a new condition for the trees, and then we will amend condition number 9 to remove the substantial conformance clause and ensure that plan approval is sent to Riel.
Okay. So
So
can
the-
I move that yet?
It would be at this time.
Okay, well,
So-
so I move that the appeal be
Allowed?
Allowed in part.
allowed in part.
Allowed.
Okay, that the appeal be allowed, and the decision of the Director of Planning, Property and Development be concurred in part,
With the following amendments.
be concurred in with the following amendments, and would you mind repeating the amendments?
So that would be that a new condition be added for the planting of 6-foot coniferous trees, and an amendment to the existing condition 9 to remove the substantial conformance clause and send plan approval to the Riel Community Committee.
I move that.
So moved by Councillor Allard. Is there any discussion? I only have a comment. The motion that Councillor Allard, you're putting forward, I accept it and will move in favor of it. With respect to the trees, what we heard today in the hearing was a juxtaposition of the already rich landscaping that the public service and the applicant did in collaborative planning. And, when contemplating, the motion that you were thinking of at the time, the applicant said, look, I could even allow for more parking, but I'd have to sacrifice some of the landscaping. And so you are going to plan approval. In my head, that could be the discussion then. But in case there are sacrifices, 6 large trees and other types of landscaping is involved in this deal. But I appreciate that, on behalf of the Urban Canopy, your desire to see that stick. So, I'm not speaking against the motion right now, but I do think that allowing that flexibility, was sort of an important conversation today. But that being said, I'm supportive of the motion. Is there further discussion?
I'd just like to add the word native to the tree.
6 foot.
Okay. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Dobson?
I'm just a little confused that we're supporting the appeal.
It's a recent change in the language. We did used to have the allowed in part. Now, because the order is being canceled anytime there is amendment, the language we're using is that the appeal is being allowed because the original order is being canceled. It's with the caveat that it's being allowed, the decision of the department is being concurred in with the amendment.
Okay, instead of allowed in part.
Correct, because essentially what was happening is we are canceling the original order the second you make an amendment.
Ah, that's why it's,
Yes.
okay.
There's a change. You detected a change.
Anything further? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was carried unanimously.
And I move that the public hearing with respect to these appeals be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Sorry, we will just need a motion that the conditional use order.
Oh, my apologies. I move that the conditional use order DCU 129696-2024C be canceled.
All those in favor?
Aye. And
Carried unanimously.
I will move again that the public hearing with respect to these appeals be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Now we'll move on to the variance hearing.
Okay.
We'll have to pull people down again.
Nope, it was a combined hearing, so we can move straight into motions for the,
It's in different, okay.
yeah, they're always shown as two
Alright.
different.
Okay.
Okay, I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Are you sure?
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
I move that in accordance with subsection 247.3 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan, does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway, is the minimum modification of a zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effects of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property, and is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. I will keep my supporting reasons to those previous.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
I move that the appeal be allowed and the decision of the director, oh, no, that's reversed, okay.
Unless you
Mr. Clerk?
intend to make any changes to the variance itself, you would just be denying
No,
it.
okay. So I move that the appeal be denied and the decision of the Director of Planning, Property and Development be concurred in.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
I move that order DAV 129707-2024C be confirmed.
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye. And I move
Carried
that the
unanimously.
And I move that the Winnipeg Public, I move that the public hearing with respect to these appeals be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. All right. Does anyone need a health break before we go into the next one, or shall we just get as far as we can till 1? Okay. For those in the gallery, we're going to move into the 412 Lindenwood Drive East. Members of committee will be taking a break at 1 o'clock, so we're going to get as far as we can in the first hour here. The brief break will be in the variety of 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. Yeah, for around 40 minutes. And then we'll be coming back live in session no matter where we're at. So I'll give ample warning, but it does break up the pattern of the day a bit. So we'll start with 112 Lindenwood Drive East.
Just one moment here while I admit. folks.
We also, sorry, you asked me for a technical break. Do you need it still? We're going to take a 5-minute technical break. There are some people that are joining us electronically, and we need to clarify that, so my apologies. You can track it. Welcome back to the September 11th, 2024 Appeal Committee. We are heading into our final appeal of the day, which is 412 Lindenwood Drive East, a conditional use.
Item 5 is an appeal against the decision of the Director of Planning, Property and Development to approve a conditional use for 412 Lindenwood Drive East under file DCU 164487A/2024C. Members of the committee, please note communications were received in support of and in opposition to the appeal, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. I'll turn it over to a member of the administration to briefly summarize the report.
Thanks. The subject property is located on Lindenwood Drive East and intersecting Lindenwood Drive West in the Lindenwoods neighborhood of the River Heights, Fort Garry Ward. The current single-family dwelling use is in the R1L zoning district, and the surrounding land uses on the block are also single-family dwellings with the same zoning. The neighborhood rehabilitation home is conditional in the R1L zoning district, and thus a conditional use application is required. The applicant is the Regenesis Center for Recovery, and they have acquired operational funding from the Manitoba government to provide live-in and outreach services for 6 women and non-binary adults belonging to the 2S LGBTQIA+ BIPOC and disabled communities. The subject site will be a temporary location for RCR, and they will rent the dwelling on the subject property until approximately August of 2025 as they search for a permanent location. There are no proposed exterior or interior building alterations, and there's an existing 2-car attached garage and parking for 3 vehicles in the front driveway. The total living area is 2,038 square feet, and the applicant indicates the premises will be monitored by multiple security cameras, and staff will be available after hours and on call if required. In terms of consultation with the public, RCR staff canvassed over 25 homes in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. They provided informational packets consisting of a community letter, program brochure, and a business card, and they submitted signatures and letters of support in their application. The subject site is in the Established Neighborhoods Recent Communities Policy Area in Complete Communities 2.0, and the proposal meets Goal 4 of the Winnipeg Poverty Reduction Strategy, which aims for increased community well-being supports for those in greatest needs. The public service supports the proposed conditional use for the following reasons. With no interior or exterior building alterations proposed, the existing dwelling has demonstrated it does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area. The total living area of the dwelling, 2,038 square feet, is adequate space to accommodate the maximum 6 persons for neighborhood rehabilitation homes, and the proposed neighborhood rehabilitation home provides community well-being supports to those in greatest need in the surrounding area. That concludes my summary. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions at this juncture, councillors, for the administration? Thank you for the summary. We'll move on.
We'll move on to our first appellant who has registered to speak. I apologize in advance for any names I mispronounced during this meeting. Shihong Yu. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
And who else do we have?
Up next, we'll have Wengfang Wei,
And then,
and you can come down to the bench. And following Wengfang, we'll have Ifat Ralph. You can also make your way down to the bench.
I was wondering because actually we did a community drive survey 1 week ago. So actually I sent a copy of the survey analysis report to our commission yesterday. So I was wondering, do you have a copy? And I only bring 2 copies. I apologize for that because
It's the same you sent me?
yeah, same.
Okay, they'll have digital
Okay,
copies.
perfect. That's how to, yeah, more than my expectation. Thank you. Okay, so here is how can I find my PowerPoint?
Do you have it on a USB drive?
Yeah, I bring my USB here.
Excellent. If you just
So-
plug it into the side of the computer there, I can come over there and help you share your screen.
Oh, okay. So.
I'll let you find it.
Hello, everyone. I know it's very late. It's almost 1 o'clock, and honestly, I'm hungry. I hope my stomach growling would not be louder than my speaking voice. Okay. So I do appreciate the counselors and staff's effort for the whole morning work. Yeah. So let me before I start my speaking, please let me introduce myself. I'm Zhi Hongyu. My English name is Anna. I'm a newcomer. I lived in Lindenwood around 2 years. I do appreciate that the committee gave me the precious chance to appear. The freedom to express differing opinions is an important part of my Canadian dream. Because English is my second language, if you can slower your speed when you ask me questions, that will be very appreciated. So yeah, so my speaking contains 2 parts. The first part is about survey in the conditional use appealing for 412 Lindenwood DRE. The second part is causes of appeal. Okay, so let's move the first part. So why did I do this survey? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So the first reason, I listed some reason here. First one is that the prosody of 412 Linden DRE is so close to Linden Meadows. Just like the picture I passed on the PowerPoint, it's only, by Google, you can see it's only like 400 meters from this spot to Linden Meadows. And I also post a picture I take from the gate of 412. So you can see the red mark, the spot of red mark is the exact place of the school. So you can see it's so close. And unfortunately, actually, during the period I make the survey, the biggest concern is that about the potential impact the children's environment. But unfortunately, based on the administration the report provided by city, we didn't see any risk assessment about this issue, and even no mention about the location of the school. And if you reviewed the report analysis I provide, you can see I designed 5 questions here, like awareness, approval, opinion on rezoning, hearing awareness, registration awareness, and information sufficiency. So yeah, because you have the analysis, I would not go to the detail. So about the result, the analysis, the survey result, we can see, as for the first question, it's about like do a well. The 412 was the applicant was approved. Yeah, like 79% people said they aware that, so they are informed. But I move to the second question. When we ask, do you know, do you suggest, against or support the rezoning, the 93% people vote for the strong against and or appeal. So, and you can see about the third question, it's about do you aware the healing conference will be held September 11? More than half people said they don't know. They didn't informed about this. And as for the registration for the hearing conference, yeah, there are around like 59 people didn't aware that. And about the last last part is about, about the people, their view about to evaluate if they get enough information or not. Like 79% of respondents believe the information received is insufficient and non-transparent. Okay, let's move to the second part. It's about the causes of appeal. There are three points. There are three main causes. The first one is potential increased satisfied risk. And you can see the first point I wrote here is no risk assessment was conducted. Although when we reviewed the government's, the city report, its administrative report, it says that does not create a substantial adverse effort on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area. But the thing is that, how did they make the conclusion? Because I did, at least until now, I didn't see any review about the risk assessment. So that's the first point. And the second point is that the healing center will not have 24/7 supervision year-round. And this point is just, has not been officially confirmed. But many respondents of the survey have mentioned it. There are even hearsay that the two people have already moved into the rehabilitation, into the house. But I hope this is just, insufficient information lead to such a rumor. So the third point is that I cited from additional comment from the survey. The respondents write down, I used to live across the street from a similar home, which unfortunately brought a lot of vandalism and petty crime from the residents. My own home had the window broken. Okay. And here I also list 2 points of the potential increased safety issue or we are doing concern. You can see there are 2 pictures we take. So one is, you can see the upper picture, it shows that a lot of students who pass by the location along on the way to and from school. And the red mark I marked out is the location of 421. And the lower picture is I take from the Grant Park. So many kids play the nearby playground without adult supervision, you can see. And the second point is that we think not in this rezoning, not in compliance with the relevant legal requirement, because zoning bylaw 661, it's states, no neighborhood rehabilitation home may be located within 990 feet from a care home or another neighborhood rehabilitation home. But unfortunately, 280 meter, that's 918 feet from the subject place is the senior home, which called Winnipeg Manette Senior. So, okay, the third point. The third point is that we believe this report lack of transparent, the whole process lack of transparency and fairness in the process. Because, like the first point I list here, according to the administrative report, the applicant engaged the public for preliminary discussion prior to make a formal application, the applicant include 3 or 2 signature of support for conditional use from adjoining impact neighbors, 1 signature of support from a member of the public, and the 7 written letters of support. But unfortunately, based on my survey, nobody mentioned they was informed. So the second point is that the information is material to all residents of the community. However, I was not at all informed. That's one citation from the survey, the additional comment. So based on my survey, based on the analysis, we can realize that 93% of the 207 respondents are opposited. And 41% of the respondents are aware of the appealing hearing. And 49% of respondents are aware of the need to register for the hearing. And 78% of respondents believe the information provided is insufficient and non-transparent. That's all my presentation here today. Thank you for your patience and time.
Are there any questions, councilors? In order to understand the arguments you brought forward, I'm going to need you to connect the dots for me.
Yeah.
You're assuming risk, and what typically we decide before us is a criteria that if you've heard us today, you've heard several times in the hearing. You've heard a motion that considers the adjacent property uses, right? It considers, things impacting streets or waterway. In this case, there is no exterior building differences. So when you say risk and then you bring up children, what are you talking about?
Actually, it's not only my personal judgment. Just like I mentioned in my presentation, I cited one additional comment here. The respondent used maybe her or his previous experience to present his worries. Because
so you're before me today, so I'm asking you the question. When you are talking about safety risk, what are you talking about?
Safe risk, you mean? Okay. Actually, we think we need more right to know the more exact data, risk assessment. And I think any building or any relocation might have potential risks, just like the previous 5 hearing. So, but every presenter, maybe they're considering are different. For us, for our community, because there are a lot of young kids and aged senior people as well.
And what is your concern?
Actually, maybe I just need maybe more information provided by city. So like risk assessment about the people who live in the rehabilitation center, who are them, and how long time they get treated. And is there any possibility they might abuse drug? So that's the issue we do care. If we don't have those enough data, how can I make sure our kids would not be, negative infected? I don't want in the gate of the school every morning we can find a needle. Right? So that's the kind of risks.
Is that the city should provide a risk assessment on any conditional use or building
I don't know.
where somebody may use drugs for a prolonged period?
At least I think we have right to know more details about this. We are rehabilitation there. We pay very high taxation. So we pay for the public area. So we have right to know more information about that. And at least before we accept it, we have to know more thing about that. But until now, I only get this from the website and until I input the title, the number on it. But, you know, most of us, even I can say more than half of us, didn't know about it. So why people scared? I don't think it's discrimination, just because we don't have enough information.
Thank you for your comments today.
Thank
Are there
you.
any further questions? We'll go on to the next speaker.
So next, we'll call for the appellant Weng Feng Wei. At this time, we can also have Xi Zhang come down to the bench.
We'll probably not have room.
If you need, I bring the copy of the survey. I
Thank
can
you.
give it to as the document.
We have to move on to the next speaker.
Okay. Thank you.
Trying to get the first one. Go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
And thanks, Anna, for your hard effort. And good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity today for me to speak here and express my concern and anxiety about the rehabilitation in our community. And 3 years ago, I bought a house and moved into Linden Woods, a safe and friendly community. But I never imagined I would stand here today for voicing my worries and concerns about the city arrangement. First of all, we don't need a decision from city that this house just next 2 doors from my house, and it will change the usage in the community because we didn't get any enough information about that before make this decision. So I think that's what I'm concerned. And also, this house is less 100 meters about from my house. And also, my son is studying in the school of in the middle. That's just right in the corner from this center. And that's one of my concerns as well. And as a mother here, I just live with my son, just only 2 persons in the house. And also, I need to work on the daytime. Sometimes in the evening, I have to do the part-time job. And my son needs to just walk to the school by himself. And sometimes he will play around the school after the class. And also, many kids will walk to the school by themselves. That's my concern and worry about what maybe some potential safety risk will bring to our kids. And as a resident, I hope that our new neighbors will bring the positive changes to our community instead of some concern or worries. Why I'm so worried? Because I heard from one of my friends in Toronto, and he mentioned that there's a community also have this kind of rehabilitation center, but people found some drug needles in the next day, and I'm just worried about if our kids like cross this house and if they see anything not good to them. So that's one of my worries. And also this center is without any on-site staff after business hour or weekends. So instead, the security just will be maintained with the camera or on-call staff for emergencies. So, and also there is no enough medical facility in this house to handle any emergency treatment. This will bring a question to me that will such an environment be conducive to these individuals' hearing process. So I I don't know how many house quantity in Lindenwoods, but there's more than 1,300 residents site to support the appeal in the website. So we strongly hope that our voices can be heard and considered seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, councilors?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. In a general question, do you believe that we need these types of facilities in Winnipeg?
Yes, but I think this kind of program maybe work in the community that without any concern. I think, yes, the people take the drugs, they deserve a second chance, but I think it should be without any concern in the community.
And Madam Chair, through you to the delegation, can you think of anywhere in Winnipeg where a neighborhood would not have concerns?
So I don't know, but if we have concern, that may be some reason and need to be heard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next speaker.
So if Ralph is our appellant, you can come forward. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation.
Okay, I have a few quick questions. My name is Ifat Rauf. I am living in this area last 18 years. And I don't know why you allow this type of center near the school. Every day, there's a lot of kids walk by this house to school. And there's a bus stop nearby for high school, Shaftesbury High School bus stop. Lot of kids taking bus from that area, just near the house. And nobody contact anything for anything. No survey, no nothing, nobody knock at told me. I'm living from this house on the west side, less than 50 feet from this house. They claim they have 25 houses. Nobody show up. If we want a rehab center near there. I'm not comfortable with this thing. I have 2 teenager kids at home. They take the bus from this bus stop. Lot of kids in the morning, they're taking bus from there. And I don't think so. Is a better place. I think it's a better place to find somewhere else rather than near the school. In school, there's 450 kids every day in the school. Sometimes they go out and go for lunch and this and that. Sometimes they lunchtime, they walk home for lunch. Everything is a safe place, is okay, but no. That's it. I'm not comfortable. I'm strongly opposed this center in this area.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
We have 5 minutes before 1. Do you want to break now? Or do you want one more speaker? We'll have one more speaker, and then we'll move to break for about 40 minutes.
All right, so I did have Lynette Nazer, who had registered to appear over Zoom. They're not in the Zoom meeting, but just to confirm, are they in the gallery looking to speak? Okay, seeing none. We had Ji Zheng. Okay, up next, Mehdi Sheikh-Salami. If you'd like to come forward, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mehdi Sheikh-Islami, and I live in Lindenwood for over 15 years. Just before I start reading my text, I just wanted to clear my position. I'm not against the cause to address your question. Of course, our society, our city needs more centers. My concern about this is about this specific house in Lindenwood, and The question is, if it does have the required support and infrastructure to handle this rehabilitation center or not. It doesn't matter this house exact location is in Lindenwood or Charleswood or North Kildonan. My point is that with this infrastructure, this may not be a good candidate for this center. First, to my point of view, a home at 412 Lindenwood Drive East may not have the appropriate infrastructure in place to ensure the success of a rehabilitation service. Also, given the nature of a rehab, there is a high risk of relapse and concerns over safety of patients and nearby residents. For example, as each patient may react mentally and bodily differently against drug withdrawal, there might be some cases that patient may become significantly distressed or agitated, presenting a danger to themselves or others. In this case, what security and safety measures will be in place for protection of patients or others during the day and nights? For your information, I have here named the symptoms of withdrawal from substances which may be different depending on the substance used. Common symptoms of withdrawal may include muscle pain, hunger or loss of appetite, fatigue, sweating, agitation, depression, anxiety, nausea, vomiting, confusion, insomnia, paranoia, and seizures. Depending on the type of material, could be different or could be a combination of those. So again, my question is what they can do, especially do after hours time to prevent unexpected issues or accidents. Consider the simple vomiting. Patients have that. Should he or she stay in bed waiting for 9 a.m., or there would be on-site personnel to take care of his or her case? And also for myself, to answer this question, I searched the internet and I found the following instruction from the website from National Library of Medicine, which is Bible of, healthcare, and almost everybody tried to copy that. It's not, different in countries or Canada or United States. I just quote that. A standard care for withdrawal management. Patients in withdrawal should be accommodated away from patients who have already completed withdrawal. Okay? Healthcare workers should be available 24 hours a day. Workers should include: 1, a doctor sees patients on admission and is on call to attend to the patient in case of complications. So he is on call. That means 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, if required, he or she will be there. Second, nurses who are responsible for monitoring patients in withdrawal, dispensing medications as directed by the doctor, and providing the patients with information about withdrawal. This is what I do not see in this, because of the layout of that, because the number of rooms. This is the medium-sized house in Lindenwood, and the maximum 6, that means almost all the rooms are occupied, and there is not enough space for the in-house personnel. So, as I mentioned, it doesn't relate to the area, it's about the house and what it can provide. I have also read about these centers, and that in most rehab centers, there are security guards available, almost all of them, but I put for the, conservatively, I mentioned mostly. Available 24/7 to prevent such cases or preventing patients from getting access to drug from outside the rehabilitation centers. So I think facility at 412 Lindenwood might be depending only on emergency 911 or calls during the evening and nights, which they must be provide service. They must be provide service for all the residents of Winnipeg, and with the resources that we know are not unlimited. They cannot, for everything happen, God forbid, a patient cut himself. They cannot come every time we call, put the resources of the city. They should provide their resources to take care of their situation. There are other stuff. Furthermore, in most successful rehabilitation homes for detoxification, there are many programs in place to help the drug withdrawal, include but not limited to group therapy meetings, gym facilities, music therapy, and art therapy, yoga classes. Unfortunately, considering the size of this house and the number of patients, maximum 6, that may not be feasible. Additionally, establishing a rehab home across the street from an elementary school and parks poses additional concerns, unless there is a 24-hour security. How will you ensure that there is no exposure to drug alcohols in front or near children? Please note, as there is no, just look at the layout of the house, there is no decent yard in this specific house. The only option to enjoy the fresh air and outdoor might be nearby park, which is adjacent to a primary school. Further, there are other concerns about the location of this house, explained before I just summarized. In an intersection with lots of pedestrian traffic, especially children and elderly, a rehab center may create additional traffic. Finally, increased noise from visitors and patients at the rehab center, which could potentially disturb the peace of nearby neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Just a quick question. You were giving lots of facts that you had found on the internet, I believe you referred to. Have you reached out to this organization to see what type of services they're going to be providing and what stage of rehabilitation their clients will be?
Honestly, it's not the responsibility of each resident and individual to reach out to this, organization. This is the responsibility of organization to reach out to the resident and ask them what we are doing in this area, what do you think about that, what facilities we have. But you consider that. This house is 2,300 square feet, I believe something close to that.
Yep.
Maximum 5 or 6 rooms, not more than that, I would say. And consider 6 rooms, 6 patients, probably they put 1 individual in each room. The other stuff is common area. I assume 1 or 2 rooms should be on the basement, common area, 1 TV, video games, something like that. So what facilities they can offer, I am sure that those shareholders of this company should be, somehow connected to the healthcare system. But they should consider that, that families of the patients, they pay money monthly. That means they couldn't take care of the situation themselves. They are not rich, all of them. They sell belonging just to bring some patients to there. So this is the response, what I am saying, this specific house, your question from the previous one, is there any part of the city that can be suited? Yes, there could be a bigger houses, a little bit bigger yard, extra room for in-house, employee, security guards or nurses, they can feel secure, they have lunch or something. I don't see that here. It's about the house itself. Put this house and this location in anywhere in the city, I'm not sure if it would be successful.
Anything further, councillors? No, there's no clapping in the gallery, there's no signs, and there's no talking. If that does happen, I will remove you from the gallery, and you won't be allowed to watch the hearing. That is the rules of decorum. You can, of course, talk to each other following the hearing and say that the comments were good. Can't control that, but while you're in here, we're not doing that. No yelling, no signs, other things. My bad that I didn't warn everyone beforehand. Continue.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for this presenter, delegation here, and others that plan to come forward, it's my understanding that we will hear from others that may be able to inform residents and this committee on some of those questions that I had asked. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
I think there's another question for you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Madam Chair. Through you to the delegation. I've heard a lot about appropriate, this building being appropriate or not. I guess the question for the delegate, have you seen people under the influence of some of these substances just in public spaces in general in Winnipeg?
Yes, I have seen, this is the tricky part of the, addiction, I would say. If you are recovering, you are under influence of some other medications, and it has ups and downs. What I am doing, I'm not in healthcare industry. What I am doing, I try to pass, if they are passing through me, I go to the other side of the street, or I avoid eye contact directly with them. So this is the situation I try to make myself safe or my family, or drive far from them. Problem is that because, as I mentioned, the body and mind, affected by addiction, not one single eye contact may bring something to them that they don't like me or they are against me. So in this case, I try to avoid that. I don't know if I could
That's fine. Councilor,
answer
do you
that
have more
correctly.
questions?
I think I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you for your time. We'll be breaking now, and we will return in 30 minutes or 40? 30? 30? Can we do 30 minutes? Okay, we'll be returning in 30 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the September 11th hearing. We are continuing with the people speaking in support of the appeal, perhaps even the appellants. So we'll move over to you, Mr. Harris.
So we will continue to hear from the appellants. Up next, we have Catherine Hutfluss, followed by George Hutfluss and Gurminder Rai.
And then after them, who do we have?
How many do you want on the bench?
Just let them know, 3 more. That's-
And just for the record, after those 3, we will have Mandeep Rai, Jairo Villafera, and Neil Okamura. But at this time, we have Catherine Hutfluss. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation after you state your name.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Hutfluss. I have lived in Linden Woods now for over 32 years, raised our family here, watched the community grow, and have always felt safe. I'm still working as a nurse at the Victoria General Hospital, where I've been for the past 42 years, in emergency and as vascular access. It was my profound disappointment in the city that we found out that the RCR were approved. In the application process on page 16, it states the subject property will be a temporary location for RCR and to provide live-in wraparound care. In fact, there is not 24-hour care on site. It is from 8 to 4, with security cameras after these hours. My question is it safe to have another resident in recovery supervising the residents after hours? It is a true statistic that between 43 and 60% of people with addictions will relapse. Who on site will be properly trained to administer Narcan if an overdose were to occur. This home is also for disabled women, yet we do not see a wheelchair accessible ramp by the front door. I'm not ruling out that isn't one in the garage. If so, was there a building permit, and does it meet code? Has the kitchen and basement been modified for the wheelchair? Since this variance is being conditionally approved, is there a precedent that this would allow this landlord to sell his property in the future as a business, profiting himself further, as he's already been collecting rent in this empty home for over a year that we as taxpayers have been paying for? I'm curious to the reference for signatures of support and the 7 letters of support that were submitted to the city. Were they all from the 1 kilometer radius as required by the residents of Linden Woods? 102 people from our community sent appeals. 45 were not within the 1 kilometer radius. Considering the City of Winnipeg posted the variance sign being displayed in the summer when many people are on holidays, I feel that's a significant number of appeals. When we were first approached by Cindy to give us information, I called Obi Khan's office and John Orclose. Neither were aware at the time of this, that this was being proposed in their writings. Obi Khan's office on subsequent calls was very helpful, and we suggested we sign up online to attend the RCR's annual general meeting on May 16th. The morning of the meeting, it was abruptly canceled and never rescheduled. In decision page 17B states the House does not create a substantial adverse effect on amenities, safety, property, and adjacent ones. I argue that it does have a negative impact. It's a very busy intersection, and if someone were to relapse and wander out into the traffic, you are putting many people at risk. Residents from Lindenwood Manor are less than 920 feet from this home. Many seniors go for walks past this home all year round. This is a school zone with children passing the house to go to school in the park year-round. If and when the resident does relapse and behavior becomes erratic, and is our community not at risk? Our house is directly beside the RCR rehab home. Will we be covered by their insurance if something negative was to happen? Who is liable? As this house no longer is covered by regular single-family homeowners insurance. As a healthcare provider for over 42 years, I have witnessed increasing mental health issues, many resulting from drug and alcohol abuse, with increasing violence and very aggressive behavior in the healthcare setting. 30 days sober, I don't believe, is enough. Being beside a house that has a resident, which could have been a patient in my past 42 years, where I've witnessed this behavior in the hospital, causes me great concern. Is the city going to provide us as a community with increased security? Many different situations will occur with addictions, and they also can be associated with domestic abuse. Is the city going to compensate us when our property value decreases by 7 to 10%? Is the city going to lower our property taxes? This never-been-done type of addiction center, I don't believe, should be in our community, but close to the proper resources, such as Manitoba Addiction Center, close to more counseling centers and support groups and healthcare facilities, to be more successful in conquering their addictions. I anticipate your decision will support our community and all the appeals and letters of concern. Thank you.
Any questions, councilors? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on.
Up next, we'll call up George Hutfluss. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. After you state your name, following George, we can hear from Gurminder Rai.
Yep, I'm Dr. George Hutfluss, husband of Kathy, live next door, been in Linden Woods since 1992. I hope that all the city councilors and decision makers have read all the appeals that were written by the residents of Linden Woods. Each appeal has a message that must be considered. Linden Woods is a safe residential area where families, their children, and pets chose to be. I will not reiterate all the concerns that were conveyed in the appeals. My major concern is that the people in the rehabilitation home are only 30 days sober or 30 days free of their addiction. The relapse rate is quoted at approximately 52%. The coverage or supervised in-house supervision should be 24/7 by qualified personnel that know how to deal with overdose issues and have knowledge of mental health issues. Surveillance cameras are not good enough. 24/7 supervision exists in the Bruce Oak Recovery Center and should be a precedent. There's a definite concern for a heightened level of crime such as theft, vandalism, and disturbances with people with addictions. The proximity to healthcare facilities and other rehabilitation resource centers should be considered in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One.
So at this time, we will call forward Gurminder Rai.
He's not here.
Seeing he's not here, I did have a Mandeep Rai registered to attend by Zoom, but he's not in the meeting. Is Mandeep in person? Seeing none, at this time, we will call forward Jairo Villafara.
Anyone else?
After that's going to be Zoom.
Okay, cue them up so that they can be here.
And just so those on Zoom are aware, following this presentation, we will hear from Neil Okamura, Mariana Fradkov, and Lynette Nazer. You can come forward. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to address this pending matter in our neighborhood. I wrote a letter to the Appeals Committee indicating my kind of concern with this particular approval. I just want to be very clear with you. Number one, I'm bringing this to your attention in good faith, and my letter is a reflection of my conversations with about 200 neighbors in the immediate area. That's number one. The second point that I just want to bring to you is that variances and conditional land use permits are exceptions to the zoning ordinances. And in fact, what they do is they confer to the recipient, confer a privilege that is not really given to the remaining neighbors in the same neighborhood. So this has to be clearly attended because apparently one of our very own neighbors is now being given a privilege, conferring a privilege that is not really given to the majority of the residents in the neighborhood. I live in walking distance from this neighborhood, and I'm asking please to rescind that particular approval. For one particular reason here, I just want to bring to you the reason. There is, in the zoning bylaw, point number 66, number 1, no neighborhood rehabilitation home may be located within 990 feet from a care home or another neighborhood rehabilitation home. From that point of view, we have two at least listed on my letter, and in addition to, we have a public facility, which is a park, which is for infants, and is located in the premises of a school, and also we have a school. Important to bring to you because this school is grades K-8, basically kindergarten, K-8. So we have a bunch of little kiddos around in the neighborhood. Given these particular issues with proximity, I'm asking the planning department to please adhere to your own regulations that you wrote the zoning bylaw. I just want to make a little break here. I was one of the community reviewers when the zoning bylaw was being written. So it is with this kind of vision that I'm bringing this to your attention. Now, the zoning bylaw brings to our attention a number of issues from our Winnipeg 2045 policy statement. And I find that to be very tricky, the way how this has been paraphrased or introduced within the overall approval. One of the issues that happens with this is there is the perception that will increase the density in the neighborhood. In fact, there is no increases in the density of our neighborhood because the house has been around there, been a rental property for many, many, many years. So by bringing 6 new people here, in fact, what we are doing is increasing the likelihood for us to have more police patrols in our neighborhood, more firefighters in our neighborhood, and more emergency services in case something happens to any of this. Number 2, there is vibrancy. I don't see any kind of a vibrancy coming from here when, in fact, we are basically bringing neighbors that requires 24 hours attention. And this is something that one has to be careful. In your decision, the company that is requesting this kind of land use is asking, basically, is asking for kind of a very elementary kind of a supervision. In reality, this facility requires a 24-hour supervision, and it's not through monitoring. But what is more important is, as planners should not really increase the burden on taxpayers whenever they make decisions. And one of these one is that put us now as taxpayers in the situation that we need to pay now or increase the workload of some city officers in order to monitor the effectiveness of this particular kind of conditions that are being given there. So I'm trying to be rather kind of short as succinct, but when we take into consideration the complete communities direction concerning established neighborhoods, there is not really anything that will, in my opinion, from the reading, that will support ourselves the aging in place idea that is given there. So it is with this kind of spirit that I'm bringing this to you, and I really appreciate to please exert your diligence in making sure that our neighborhood that was originally zoned for residential purposes continues being that way. The planning department has been making a lot of decisions that are really strange. For instance, they approved a conditional land use for a swimming pool facility around the commercial area in our neighborhood. Fine. So that you can find other areas for this. We don't have any problem with the addition treatment. No problem. It is stated in the letter. It's a matter of the location. So then please help us to find another location and let the people, still a bunch of these fellows are paying for those mortgages. We don't want them to be now affected, burdened unnecessarily by a zoning bylaw or the execution of zoning bylaw by any of the officers. So I really appreciate you having this opportunity, and thank you. Thank you.
Question, councilors, if I may. So in your presentation, you specifically are concerned with the care home, and it was mentioned in another speaker today. And you talk about the zoning bylaw as looking at 990 feet from the care home. Perhaps when you were, and you mentioned you authored the zoning bylaw, that you worked perhaps?
Oh, a long time ago.
Oh, you were community reviewer?
Yes, and a city planner by the.
Back in 2000?
Yes, 6, I believe.
Yeah.
I was unemployed, so then I decided just to do this.
If I may.
Community work.
In 2006, we did have a bylaw that had, in the city of Winnipeg, that specified 990 feet from care home or another neighborhood rehab, right? Back in 2017, that was changed.
Okay.
That was changed, and it's an important change if there are folks that, don't understand the bylaw that the public service is governed on now. And I think this is an important information of fact, so I'm going to say, are you aware that it was changed? And specifically, it was changed to remove no neighborhood rehabilitation home may be located within 990 feet from a care home or another neighborhood rehabilitation home. And then it was changed, and it was replaced with the following sentence: a neighborhood rehabilitation home is permitted in our R2, R1, and R2 zoning districts to a maximum of 6 persons. And that's a fairly significant change. There were other significant changes made at that time, but I wanted to ask, are you aware, given the dates that perhaps you're a community reviewer, that the zoning bylaw, there were significant changes in 2017?
Not as you are bringing it to my attention.
Okay.
I will take the point. Unfortunately, and this is the opportunity really for us to bring to you,
It may be the case that you
we've
believe
been misled.
in 900.
As neighbors, we've been misled by this particular operation. Number one, the information was not
So
given.
that's not germane to my question. So we're going to move on to another speaker. You don't.
Certainly, but let me
No, I'm
finish,
sorry.
please.
No, your 10 minutes are over. I
Okay.
asked you a question, and it was, I don't think you said no, and it's not germane to my answer.
Okay.
It's not germane to the question.
Thank you.
We'll move on.
Our next appellant registered to speak is Neil Okamura. Neil, I'm just asking you to unmute and turn on your camera. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay. My name is Neil Okimura, and I lived in the Linden Woods community for roughly 25 years. I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of appealing this decision. A lot of the points that have already been said are basically the points that I would like to have risen, so I'm not going to take up your time by repeating anything. My main concern is that I do believe there is a greater risk by having this type of facility in our neighborhood. And to me, that impacts the safety of the members of our community, particularly young children, and I guess the elderly. My other concern that I have is you said there was transparency done in terms of how this process was taking place, but that's not what happened with me. Up until a neighbor posted a sign on the facility fence itself, and my wife and I were walking outside of it, that is actually the first time I became aware that anything was happening. And if it wasn't for some neighbors in our community pointing these things out, I would still have no information provided by this third party explaining what was going on. So this lack of transparency is a big concern to me. And it was mentioned by others that the data was not provided, which I would agree with. And in my opinion, if you're not given the data, how can you make proper decisions and go forward if there is insufficient data to support what you would like to support? Pretty much that's all I have to say, other than I do agree with a lot of the points that were made earlier on. And I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I see no questions. We'll move on.
Our next appellant registered to speak is Mariana Fradkov. Mariana is joining us over Zoom, and I'm just asking you to unmute and turn on your camera.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Mariana Fratkov, and my family resides within 1 kilometer of the proposed addiction rehab. I'm here to request the immediate rescindment of the approval for the proposal facility due to several critical issues that came to light. There was seriously flaw in public engagement. The report submitted regarding the proposed facility indicated that RCR engaged with 25 households, but only obtained 2 signatures of support. However, those 2 households have since confirmed their opposition of the project. So this discrepancy raises serious questions about the integrity of the report. It appears there may be been misunderstanding or hopefully not falsification, which jeopardize the validity of the engagement process. Additionally, the engagement efforts fell short of meeting both Cities of Winnipeg public engagement policy and also international best practices set by International Association for Public Participation. The absence of outreach through critical community channels. We have a Lindenwood magazine, there is a bunch of Facebook groups in Lindenwood, community centers. It just highlights a significant lack of genuine community involvement. The second concern is that community has a serious concern about organization capability. The organization, RCR, planning to operate this facility, the organization is a startup with literally zero experience in managing such facilities. Their website describes them as a new, non-for-profit social service agency with a focus on addiction care, but there is no proven track record of handling facilities of this nature. The lack of experience is troubling, especially given the high stakes involved. If RCR fails to provide adequate service hours, including evening and weekends, the risk to residents and community increases. We must consider the potential danger to unstaffed periods, particularly if a violent drug relapse occurs. The safety of nearby children and the broader community could be compromised, and it remains unclear where the city would be prepared to take responsibility for any of that result in harm or damages. There was also some inappropriate comparisons made to successful models. Comparison to the Brook Oaks facility are misleading. Brook Oaks operates 24/7 on staff and located in a way that minimizes its impacts on residential areas and schools. The proposed facility lacks continuous supervision, and it's situated next to residential areas with children's playground and structures. These fundamental differences make the comparison to Bruce Oak inappropriate and fail to address unique risk posed by this new facility. Given those serious concerns, the flawed public engagement process, the questionable capability of the organization, and the inappropriate comparison to the existing successful model, I strongly urge City Council to rescind the approval to this project. A thorough re-evaluation is essential to ensure the best interest of our community and individuals affected are safeguarded. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions, councilors? Thank you. We'll move on. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will move on to those in support of the appeal. I will first call up Lorraine Thompson. Is Lorraine Thompson here today? This is in support of the appeal.
But there's people information. Okay.
Yeah. So is Lorraine Thompson here? Okay, up next we have Shauna Fife. Hi, Shauna, you can make your way down. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
And then?
Following Shauna, we'll hear from John Orlico, and then we'll go over to Zoom to hear from Michael Silich.
Yeah, he's here for information. I thought John was in. He's in. Great.
Hello, I am Shauna Fife. I am in support of appeal for DCU 24-164487C, the City of Winnipeg conditional use variance for Regenesis Center for Recovery at 412 Lindenwood Drive East. I have been a Lindenwoods resident for 10 years, and my 2 children go to Linden Meadows School. I am strongly opposed to this application due to safety concerns with its location. According to Choi Ho's administrative report, criteria for approval is that it does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area. The main safety concern that I have is that the address of 412 Lindenwood Drive East is located 1 block, 13 houses, 350 meters away from Linden Meadows School, which is kindergarten to grade 8. This home is located on a main busy walking path for students, kindergarten to grade 8, to walk to and from school. Many of the students are unsupervised minors, walking on their own without parental supervision. I question the timing and the community transparency of this conditional use announcement, as the signs were posted from July 3rd to 17, whereby school is out for the summer, families are away on vacation, and the school foot traffic is 0. This diminishes those most impacted from having a voice. The 6 residents of this home will have drug substance use addictions severe enough to require a 30-day stay at an initial treatment facility. 30 days into addiction treatment is only at the initial stages. Recovery typically takes months or years, with feelings of withdrawal and relapses occurring. According to the Mayo Clinic, a world-renowned source of medical information, once you've been addicted to a drug, you're at high risk of falling back into a pattern of addiction. If you do start using the drug, it's likely you'll lose control over its use again, even if you've had treatment and you haven't used the drug for some time. According to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, the chronic nature of addiction means that for some people, relapse or return to drug use after an attempt to stop can be part of the process. And while relapse is a normal part of recovery, for some drugs, it can be very dangerous, even deadly. If a person uses as much of the drug as they did before quitting, they can easily overdose because their bodies are no longer adapted to their previous level of drug exposure. According to the National Library of Medicine, one primary concern in addiction treatment is the high rate of relapses within a short period, even after the most intensive treatment. Many studies have shown relapse rates of approximately 50% within the first 12 weeks after completion of an intensive inpatient program that often last 4 to 12 weeks or more. Regenesis Center for Recovery has proposed inadequate staffing levels. Daytime staff are planned until 4 p.m., but no evening supervision, no night supervision, no weekend supervision, and on-call only. This increases safety risk not only for the 6 in-house residents, but also for the community members in the neighborhood. The house is not nearby a hospital in the case of 911 calls and drug relapse. With minimal supervision, this is also putting responsibility on fellow residents of the home to administer naloxone if available in the case of opioid relapse. If the drug is a benzodiazepine, naloxone will not work. Therefore, the long ambulance ride to the emergency room to obtain treatment could mean the difference between life and death. It's worth noting that the Bruce Oak Recovery Center is staffed 24/7 with a staff ratio of 1 staff member for every 2 clients. It has a generous setback from the residential street and is close to Grace Hospital. Mayo Clinic, under substance use disorder, provides a comprehensive list of drug substances and the long list of serious physical and mental alterations of a human body state, which can include aggressive and violent behavior, impulsive behavior, delusions, hallucinations, paranoia, irritability, and poor judgment. With a 50% relapse rate within the first 12 weeks after completion of intensive inpatient programs, these situations are likely to occur 13 doors down, 350 meters away from Linden Meadows School. This would severely disrupt the safety and security of our children and the neighborhood as a whole. It is inappropriate for an addictions facility to be located in close proximity to a kindergarten to grade 8 school in any neighborhood, particularly within a 1.6-kilometer radius of a school where there is no bus service and children are walking and biking to school in what should be a safe zone. It poses risks for vulnerable children, including, 1, residents may have violent, aggressive, impulsive behaviors around children walking by. This may cause children to run out onto the street and be hit by a car. The house is located right beside a very busy 4-way stop sign with 8 lanes of traffic. It is the most chaotic intersection in Linden Woods. Also, what happens if a child walking by picks up a needle or drug paraphernalia on the premises? 2, if there is a person with drug relapse, Linden Meadows School and Playground and Fields would be the closest public green space to use. There are no security cameras in the area of the playgrounds. Many other areas of Winnipeg struggle with finding drug paraphernalia, use needles in playgrounds. Children crawl in the wood chips of our playgrounds. I would be concerned that children could be exposed to used needles, putting them at risk of contracting HIV, AIDS, hepatitis, etc. 3, our children's sense of freedom would be lost. I would not trust for my children to walk or bike to school unattended if there is a drug and substance use addictions facility down the street. This conditional use variance is very concerning and unsettling, particularly for parents at Linden Meadows School. The safety of our most vulnerable population, our children, is paramount. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for taking these safety concerns regarding the location of this facility into consideration. Thank you.
Any questions at this time? Thank you very much for your time today.
Also in support of the appeal, we will call forward John Orlico. Appears he's not with us at this time, so we can go to Michael Silich. Michael, I see you've turned your camera on. I'll just get you to unmute, and you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
You're coming through loud and clear.
Sure. Thank you, committee, for having me today to speak. I want to first thank many of my neighbors who I recognized at this event today. Thank you for bringing such factual and then great presentations. Mine's going to be a little bit different. I haven't prepared much, but I'm speaking from my heart. So real frank, I don't think this is an appropriate facility anywhere near a school. I'm glad we have this process in place to prevent this from happening. And as a dad of 2 kids, I have to say, this shouldn't go through. I'm concerned for the safety of my kids. I've been a Linden Woods resident for 3/4 of my life. I moved there when I was 5. I moved out when I was 21, and I moved back with my wife before kids in 2014. I really have nothing else to say other than this should not go through. It's near a school. My 9-year-old now bikes there. I got to go pick him up. I've been on this call since 9:30 sitting here. I understand there's a lot of business to get to, but I have to go pick him up from school. So I just want to make sure that my kids know that I voiced an opposition to this. That's my presentation. Thank you. And bearing any other questions, that's it.
I see no questions. Thank you. We'll move on. Thanks for your time today.
Up next, we'll call forward Kathleen Hutfluss. Kathleen, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation after you state your name.
Hello, council members. Thank you very much for having us today. A lot of the key points that I would wanted to raise have been raised, but I'm going to just have 3 points that off my notes that I'm going to bring up. And one, I feel like there was a lack of notice in the community. On their letter, they said they canvassed the neighborhood. It has been clearly indicated, and I would like to reiterate that fact, that it was not. If you break down the population of Linden Woods, it's about 3,000 people. The loop around it is 5 kilometers. If you break that down even further, the 1 kilometer radius of people submitting, that's 102 people. That is probably majority of people in the impacted area that have voted, or not voted, but who have raised their concerns. These are community members, they're active working professionals, and they're taxpayers. I also acknowledge, and through my research, identified that this is a non-for-profit organization. I've spoken to realtors and talked to some friends in the area who do rent in Linden Woods, and that is the average of $4,500 given in that neighborhood per month per rent. Assuming the fact that they have started renting around January, the sunken cost of taxpayers' dollars is over $30,000. I feel like the money and allocation of funds should be better suited. Addictions is serious, and we need to be aware of how we can better benefit people who have addictions. We all have dealt with several points. And the big thing is how can we better use our resources to provide support to these people? And I feel like this neighborhood is a high-value neighborhood. And overall, we're not benefiting the people who are there, because we could provide way more services to them and support way more people, more than 6. Another key point that hasn't been brought up, but slightly touched on, is the fact that they have talked about emergency services and accessibility needs for disabled people. The bus stops are not accessible. They have 2 curbs. There's no wheelchair ramps on any of the bus stops in the area. It is a high-traffic corner. We do have handy transit. However, it's just not ideal for people. You're very far removed. It's a 30 to 40-minute bus ride to even get downtown to services. So I feel like overall there wasn't a proper needs assessment and value impact of the area and how this group could actually benefit in our community. And those are my main points. Everything else has been said.
Madam Chair? Just a general question. If there were a child in the neighborhood that required these services, would the neighborhood not want to keep that child in the same neighborhood for those services to be rendered to that child or to that individual?
Well, right now, we've had emergency calls at the seniors' home. They have clear access. Everybody tries to help out. We're very jump to the pump community. But I don't feel like it's our responsibility to take on the ownership of a group going in that is a service, to take on their ownership to provide additional safety needs if they're working professionals. There is I'm trying to think of the civil duty of helping someone in need. But these people are identified in need. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure you've answered my question. If somebody from the neighborhood required the services that are being provided by this organization, would members of the neighborhood not want that person to have access to those services?
I feel
rather than go to another part of the city?
I feel like if people needed access to those services and are from Linden Woods, they would start with going to get help from a hospital and building their community.
And then what?
Well, they would probably go to Bruce Oak or Esther Home and get those services. And the other half of it is there is AA at the community center down the street. That is a group that exists. But are the people at this house going to go to that AA meeting? Probably not.
So after they go through the hospital, and AA being for alcohol, where would they go if they wanted to stay in the neighborhood? Now. I think I made my point. I think the
Well,
answer's not being
I think
answered.
like people deal with addictions in different ways. Are we saying and making the assumption that these people come from Linden Woods?
It's fine. I think you were trying to make.
I think
That's the problem with the question.
I think I made my point through the question.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
Yeah, thanks.
sorry.
okay. Thank you for your time. Did you have additional questions? Sorry, to this speaker. Yeah, don't rush on the stairs. Counselor Duncan has a question for you.
Oh.
You can choose to take it, of course, but Counselor Duncan.
Or you don't have to, whatever works for you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So to Councillor Allard's point, I disagree with his question. However, that's neither here nor there. Are you supportive of residents in Linden Woods?
Yes,
Thank you.
I have
That's all I
dealt
need.
with
Thank
my
you.
own stuff.
There you go.
Up next in support of the appeal, we have John Orlico.
Counselor Orlico. Welcome.
Guys, I've had a mighty long day. I'm pretty happy I'm not in the appeal rotation, so I thank you for your time and what you're doing here today.
Hey, hey.
It's a job. And these are difficult ones. These ones aren't so cut and dry because I've listened a fair bit, and I don't think anybody here says that we shouldn't be helping people that have the need addiction support. But it's also, as I'll say, about housing. Doesn't say we don't need more housing, but is this the appropriate place for it? Is this the appropriate program for it? So that's the questions where I'll hit up a little bit more today. Because I did go back and forth. I first registered for information because as the area councillor, I want to make sure that both parties, and there are some that were in support of the application and as you see today, many not. So how do I give that space for all the voices to be heard? So that's why I put myself as information. And I've been tracking this all summer. I had another project that's still out there a bit, but I don't think it's going to happen. But so I've now had the opportunity to read. I'll be honest, not all 100 letters, but a majority of them. And then, so I've had some opportunity to do a little research too, of my own. So in the day, here I am. So I'm in support of the appeal, which was not an easy decision to come to. It wasn't I just decided, let's just do that. A lot of back and forth, a lot of people I know talk to. So why am I in support of this appeal? Well, why I'm in support of this appeal is, first off, I am concerned regarding the location. Location is really, it's a difficult location. We got a community center, we got a school, we also have care homes around there. I wouldn't say in a previous past this would not be allowed at all, but we decided to change the policy, but put it on conditional use. Why do we do conditional use? Well, so we could have that input from the residents. Again, we know how all I feel about as of right zoning, but I also believe the voice of the neighborhood should be heard, good or bad, ugly or happy, doesn't matter. So the voices have been heard at this point now. So the location is a problem for me. The house itself, which I was under the understanding when I first started discussing this, it was just a nice couple that were going to loan this house for a bit, and then they would move back. Well, no, they're not moving back. This is a rental home. They've been renting it for a long time. They live in another area of the town. And the house, as I drove by and looked at it, it's sad. It's a kind of neglected home. Yes, it may have to do much upkeep. I'm still not exactly sure how the interior will work, but again, that's what it is. So the idea that this conditional use is just temporary because they'll be going when they find a new location. Well, as we all know, conditional uses aren't, they're through the property. They're not to the person. They don't disappear. The conditional use stays. So when I read the report, I'm going, well, it's only going to be for so long. We don't know how long it will be. There's no trigger that says, okay, now you said you'd be gone August X time. You have to leave now. No, we have no trigger to do that. So that, to me, was a little odd in the report. But again, it was honest. That's probably what they may feel. But we have no mechanism to that, and there's no opportunity to know what's coming in next. So that's a problem. The consultation process, they're very happy to say that the group did meet and they discussed it. And consultation is very important. 25 homes around the area wasn't enough. Obviously, you can see it today. It wasn't enough. They needed to consult a lot more and really and address some of those issues that they have. And one of the bigger issues that I do share is the lack of supervision. The lack of supervision after 4 o'clock. That's concerning. I think they would have been able to deal with a lot of the concerns of the residents if they had an in-house. Again, not a rental property. They just sort of rent to the daytime. They surely have, whatever cameras and calls they can come in, but someone should be living there full time. I think that would alleviate many of the concerns some of the residents have, but that's not the case of this model. But maybe I can't tell them how to run a program, but that's a program we have today. So that's that. Conditional use, not owner-occupied. Again, the not owner-occupied, that's just something we have to work on policy. I get a little concerned to think about rentals in general can just be used for this purpose. Rentals are rentals, and one person said, well, what about housing for students? They cram a whole bunch of them into one building. I go, yeah, but we all said that's not appropriate. We need to have some kind of impact that has on the neighborhood. Well, this has, 6 people. We're going to be living there on a rotation cycle with a whole bunch of staff. It's a pretty big amount of people, I think, to be in one home that's right adjacent and surrounded by other homes. So that does concern me a little bit. But again, we went out there. The neighborhood had spoken. They have seen it. They all engaged. So I think the most appropriate thing would do is to support the appeal today. Let them come back with a program that addresses the neighborhood's concerns a bit more before we go forward. Because this really is setting that precedent and how we're going to go forward for all our neighborhoods. And I think the program and the location are just not properly suited. Now, again, the program could change and address some of the security issues, fine. The idea of the location, though, that's going to be hard for me to say this is a good spot. The school in the Meadows is doing very well, and they're concerned. Now, again, with the proper consultation, they may be able to help some of these people understand their concerns. But again, the time frame when it came out, so be it. That's what it is. The city's notification system is a little weak, but that's where we're at. So it just didn't happen. So for those reasons, and without jumping down this, you have to. I am still torn. But I think in the weighting of all the issues right now that I've seen, that this is why I'm supporting the appeal.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
I have a question, Councilor Orko. I don't know if other people do. You mentioned about 5 concerns, but one of the concerns you're contemplating is the program itself. And if it was different and there was a description of full-time supervision, would that tip the scales for you? Would that have tipped the scales given?
It would not hurt, but they'd have to present that to the neighborhood. The question is how much would that tip the scales to the residents in the area? And that's what I'd like to see. That's not before me today, so I can't really answer that. But it didn't happen.
But if it was?
Again, that's a hypothetical. So it didn't happen. It's not what we're here today to talk about.
So there's two concerns, and it wouldn't take away the location concern that you have. But is there, out of the 5 concerns you presented, you're saying has to, there's not one that would stand out that would tip the scales for you potentially?
Again, I'm not the lord of Lindenwoods. It is up to the proponent to try to get the residents on board more, and that didn't happen.
Thank you for your time today. I don't see any further questions.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
We'll move on.
Up next, we have Haifeng Chen, who is to join us via Zoom. I'm not seeing Haifeng in the meeting, so we will move on to Keon Zhang. Up next, Chase Evans. Gregory Brown or Braun. Gregory, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name. Following Gregory, we will have Ken Wong and Jerry Zhang.
And then will we move on after that?
And I'll call out for
Okay, Morris. Okay. Yeah, how about we do after the next speakers? And then
Good afternoon, councilors. Thank you for doing this. I know it's rather long. My name is Greg Braun. I live at 18 Fox Meadow Drive in Winnipeg. I have lived in the region, and I should say lived in the area for 25 plus years. I have coached and been on numerous boards, sporting boards, as well as some of the community center boards. I do not wish to see this house move forward. And you've already heard one, I think because the bylaw changed, which I didn't see, and it's Ms. Rollins, maybe if you could somehow tell folks that they could go in and change it so that when we go to the one site, we don't have to start poking around. It's not fair. Because I saw the same thing, 990 feet, right? Now I've seen that it's changed, fine. So you cannot look at the ruling of you're close to a school, you're close to a community club, you're close to a park, you're close to anything. It doesn't matter. That's what this new law tells me. That you can place a place anywhere you want, and it doesn't matter what it's close to. Or the next thing is our neighborhood has 2,400 homes. There's 10,000 plus people in the area. The association, RCR, as she had said, did a study of the area. 1 kilometer area zone is not 25 houses. In my college days, when we did statistical analysis, 1% is 24 homes. Of those 24 homes, Ms. Foster had said that some people didn't understand what was going on or didn't have that. They had an English language breakage. We have a majority of people who we care for, and I've seen the neighborhood grow. I've seen that house at 412 East Lindenwood Drive become a rental unit. The people who own it moved away. And what you haven't seen is when I was interviewed twice by the TV stations, I watched what they had. They went inside the home, and in case you guys haven't seen inside the home, there are already 6 beds set up inside it. If you tell me that they haven't been working on there, I ask if Ms. Choi has been to the home, and I don't know if she has. The next thing is...
So I'm not sure what your point was there, but I'll just
my point,
ask you
sorry, my point, I'll get my point.
direct,
Go ahead.
your comments towards me, and, you know, the relevancy of our public service going to the House, perhaps you can make that point. Otherwise, you're skating close to the edge of insulting the public service, and that's, you know, we're
sorry.
underlining a point, and
Got
I'm
it.
sure
Yep.
you'd retract that.
Yep, retract it.
So I'll just
say the
skate
public
you down.
servants need to take a look at what they're looking at, right? I don't know if that's part of the job. I have dealt 45 years in business with this, within Canada and across Canada. And I expect, let me put it this way, I pay taxes like you guys do. I expect civil servants to do the proper job, to do complete work. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
And I'll retract it if you want me to retract it. You don't like that or what?
I do, because it's council that directs policy and the bylaws that then the public service has to enact and do
Okay.
for us. So any of that, I really want you to engage me.
Okay.
Because the buck stops with council.
The next thing is, I will say this, the interpretation of the law and the way this was approved and supported, everyone has a biased presentation. Everyone has a bias to what the wording says. I could say potato, you could say potato. I looked at the urban planning recommendations of why this came through, basically saying that rehab home use provides community well-being, supports those in greatest need in the surrounding area. We don't have anyone in our surrounding area that has the greatest needs. I have no problem with a home like this. On my street, we have a residential home for children. We all support it. They come up and down the street, we support that. And that is a home that's been there for 15 years plus. So under your analysis of supporting the need, I don't think so. When one of your counselors earlier said, if it was a person in my neighborhood who needed the help or a child, what my answer is, sure, we'll help them get to the correct location. And it won't be in the area with a home like this because it's in the wrong location. I've looked at the notes that came from Ms. Foster, and it had said that they will monitor the home till 4 p.m. They'll have 6 people in it. You've approved it for 6 people. What happens if you have to have a person on site 7/24? That then goes against your ruling of 6 people, because that now becomes 7. And to add to that one regarding the RCR and the monitoring, there is nothing to say that these people would not destroy the cameras. They would. There's a car in the garage. Who's to say that they won't take the car and drive off? I've been watching the house since this has come about, and I found out from other neighbors what was going on. And there has been people in and out of the house doing work already. What they're doing, I have no idea. But I do know, as people have said, this house has been up for rent for 10+ years. To me, part of this is the homeowner is doing a rental grab paid for by the taxation city or by the province. During her letter, she said that they were turned away 12 times. 12 times already this organization has been turned away from putting a home in place. Never understood why. She called it NIMBY. I don't think it's a NIMBY thing. I think it's a business plan of what you're looking at. If you are going to go to a community, you have to have plans in place. We have a Lindenwood's paper, we have a Lindenwood's magazine, we have a Lindenwood's email, we have Lindenwood's website. There was not one thing done by RCR if they wanted to do this in good faith to get support, to ask. And I have to ask, why didn't they? It's there. To me, it seems like there's a transparency issue that's been covered.
I'm just gonna, I think it's a step a little too far to question someone's good faith, so I'm just gonna warn you.
Explain that. I don't think so.
I have to ensure decorum of this forum, and I will assume that folks are acting in good faith. I appreciate your opinion, but questioning someone's sincerity of intention is a great deal of personalization, whether they're a board or individuals working for a space. So I'm going to caution you.
Fair. The next thing is the association. Lindenwood's, I moved to it 25+ years ago because it was in R1 zone area. It is safe. In my notes, I found out that the crime rates are 60% less than anywhere else in the city. Do we know, can you tell me what our crime rate will be if this is approved? Next, it's a conditional use. Conditional use is used by those who may be privileged, if you want to call it, to bypass the existing bylaws for a short-term period. Is there going to be a guarantee? If you do approve this, will there be a guarantee of 1 year maximum that they have to move out? The existing homeowner says that they will move back in. If you look around the house, I doubt it. We had a previous counselor here, Ken Wong, who I talked to, and he said that that house needs repair, period. One more is of the 102 appellants people that wrote into it, I don't know if you guys looked at the whole list. 102 on that list was Catherine Klepfer. Recognize the name? She was the city CFO. She lives 500 meters away from that house.
What's the relevance of
No, I'm sharing. Continue.
You're the judge. I'm just saying that it's just a number of people in it. Next, and finally, if you go ahead with this, I do hope you're going to tell me how long the police reaction will be to get to the home, if there's issues. The parking on the street they talk to, it's on a corner. They can't park anywhere. They have 3 cars in a parking lot, and that's it. If something should happen, how are they going to get responses quick? My friend's son passed away of a drug overdose. He went to rehab multiple times for 30 days. He's dead today. I do not believe 30 days is enough. And if they keep this place for 66 months to a year, what's to say that they will not rehab again? And I show you this, the Linden Woods newspaper, our magazine. It's a community. We are tight. We're no different than Charleswood, St. James, St. Boniface. This is not a suitable place. And I'm sure you guys know that the Ann is going up. I can't remember that the other home is coming up in St. James in your area, is it not? Right? That's coming up to look after women's needs only. Questions?
Madam Chair, I have an are you aware?
Are you ready to take questions?
Yep.
You have 45 seconds left, so, okay. If Councillor Allard.
Well, just, I heard St. Boniface, or are you aware that St. Boniface has greeted with open arms St. Boniface Street Links, and they house people that, prior to the 30 days, they house everybody. They take them off the street. And I think we are a community too, so are you aware St. Boniface has?
Yep, I am. I looked around before I did this. My other question was, how often did the police go there?
That's a good question for the police.
And that's the question if I throw one back at you, how often did the police go there?
Yeah, well, I'm done, Madam Chair.
Any further questions, councillors? Seeing none, the clerk has brought to my attention for your information that Ms. Kleffer is in opposition to the appeal, and that's on the public list.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for your time today.
Thanks, councillors.
Up next, in support of the appeal, we have Ken Wong. Ken, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. After that, we'll have Jerry G.U. Zhang. If you'd like to come down, you can stay on the bench.
Thank you for that.
Okay, I'm not seeing Ken Wong in attendance.
Is that Kenny Wong?
Oh, is that?
That's not Mr. Wong. It's Kenny Wong Senior, maybe, Junior. Who else is up?
This will be the.
Good afternoon.
I got a
Okay.
peek and
And have you provided that to me previously?
yeah, it's,
Oh, do you need a break?
yeah,
Actually, you have a break, I'm sorry. Can we take a 5-minute technical? Can we take a 5-minute technical? Okay. Welcome back to Appeals Committee. We're still with those in support of the appeal. You're more than welcome, and you have 10 minutes.
thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen from the council. Thank you for having me. Yeah, I just want to go quick because a lot of my neighbors already pitched their concerns, and you all have already given your concern answers. So just two of the things. I never suspect, the CRC's the mission is good cause, since it's really good. But however, I've had some concerns about if this program can guarantee that this is the adequate profession. I have this. Yeah, this is a different format. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Yes, that's a thank you. So, first, as we know, we can find the material, the document sets, the collaboration. Our CR staff completed a two-stage community canvassing program over 25 homes. Yes, that's only 25 homes. And I will show where I'm living. This is picture. It's a highlight point. We know that's the site of the property which means that's 412 the Lindenwood Drive East, and you can see there's a circle that area. So I'm living there. I also asked for my neighbors with keys living in the area, but none of us have received any, like a canvassing program or any survey. So, or even a flyer or letter in our mailbox before, until we saw that there's a board set up. I think this is one thing. So, yeah, another thing about the secondary care, and I'll show you the risk during the rehab program. You can see that according to the NIDA and the CDC, the relapse rate for drug addiction is 40% to 60%. Yeah, it's unfortunately, but that's a fact. So the two things combined so make me concerned. Oh, you want to see that? Maybe too quick? Okay. That's I'm worrying about. I will tell as a father of a 10-year kid. I'm worrying about that if the RCR have enough experience since they have just established on 2020, and they have adequate, the actions and plans for any scenarios that keep our community safe as before. Yeah, that's what I wanted to express.
You still have 6 minutes in your presentation. If you have other points to make, you can.
I think it's so for that's all I prepared.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Good.
Okay, so up next, registered in support of the appeal, we have Yongli Yang, who had registered to appear via Zoom, however, is not appearing in the meeting. At this time, that concludes those who had pre-registered to speak in support of the appeal. However, I note there are some people in the gallery. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of the appeal? That is, in support of the things you've just heard.
I got a registration confirmation. I don't know.
Sorry, what was your name?
Jason Gray.
Let me take a look. Yeah, if I could just get you to fill out the form, just to double check.
I had the email that was good. Just put my name and where would the file number be?
The file number and in support of the appeal.
He had hours.
So I don't even know what the file number is.
Just in the meantime, if there is anyone else who would like to speak in support of the appeal, feel free to come forward the floor so you can.
Thank you for your time today. Due to the lack of transparency in RCR's application and deeply understated consideration of the neighborhood, it is unfortunate we are here today at this point to discuss quote-unquote temporary situation. I'm appealing this approval on the basis that while we recognize and continue to support the need for mental health and addictions resources in Winnipeg, it is unfortunate that RCR and Cindy Foster have failed to properly establish a foundation of trust within the neighborhood that is proposing to join. Further, the information included in RCR's application was flawed and inaccurate in what was used as a basis for the approval on their application to the city. Firstly, based on the significant number, 102 appeal submissions within 1 kilometer of the proposed rehab home, and the supporting petition with over 1,200 signatures collected within the 2-week appeal submission timeframe, it is evident RCR failed to recognize the proper course of public consultation required by the City of Winnipeg zoning application process. As stated, the type of consultation conducted, determined by the applicant, should consider the nature of the proposal as well as the scope and impact on other properties. As of today, the petition appealing the zoning approval submitted by my wife, Carly Gray, as a supporting document, contains 1,320 signatures. We can see in RCR brochure that they acknowledged that a town hall meeting for such proposed facility was not out of scope, as quoted from the brochure. Should there be sufficient public interest, RCR will schedule a town hall meeting with the neighborhood to answer any questions the community members may have. This brochure letter was evidently provided to a mere 24 houses in November of 23. To be clear, Cindy Foster also states in the letter of intent only 4 houses were actually spoken with, and that RCR had positive community support. Of the 4 spoken with, you will see appeal letters today from at least 3 of those 4 homeowners, one of which has even been cited in the application as providing a support signature when they claim they have no understanding of the program until the public notice signs went up on the yard. Refer to appeal submission notes from the owners at address 396 Lindenwood Drive East. The application falsely states my wife, Carly Gray's support of the organization during initial canvassing, quoted as the other homeowner at 404 Lindenwood Drive providing enthusiastic support for RCR during primary canvass. You will have heard or will hear her appeal comments today as well. RCR stating poor weather and language barrier as a barrier to engage with neighbors over 8+ months is not acceptable and lacks community outreach and perspective and consideration. Secondly, per zoning application of the City of Winnipeg, applicants must, quote unquote, with the applications provide a letter of response outlining how all concerns and issues raised by the public were addressed. The applicant letter of intent includes statements of my and Cindy Foster's conversation from her second canvassing round, which I clearly stated my firm objection to the program location and my request for additional information to be provided, specifically and including what assurances we have this is a temporary location, as Cindy very promptly promotes. This interaction was shortly after the planned RCR annual general meeting, May 16, which I had requested to join to learn more information about RCR. The AGM was canceled the day of, with notice that I would be advised of a rescheduled date, which never came. Third, the zoning application was approved in that the proposed facility does not create substantial adverse amenities. You guys know the spiel. I appeal to this. The variance and the conditional land use permits are exceptions to zoning regulations. These concessions require close monitoring of the conditions and that the properties agree upon. As the enforcement of the conditions required, the approval places an unnecessary burden on taxpayers should the need to revoke the permit arises. Given the minimal supervision, this situation unduly places an unavoidable responsibility on the nearby residents. Safety concerns were enhanced when the City News article about the proposed home location on July 16 of 2024 stated from City News is not identifying the specific home over concerns that this could put those who are escaping instances of domestic violence and who are set to use it in potential danger. This is in public record and is a risk that any potential home buyer may see or hear about and consider, as I would, a safety concern to the surrounding homes and amenities. The actual dwelling is neither the permanent resident of the property owner nor the living quarter of the applicant. Therefore, as an absentee landlord living outside the neighborhood of their decisions and incentives related to the conditional land use, their intentions totally differ from those of the permanent residents in proximity to the location. Further, because the acting agent representing the nonprofit organization does not live in the neighborhood, they are unable to vividly experience the social impact of the business operation in the fabric of our community. Their absence from daily life in the community makes landlord, tenant, and residents unable to bear the brunt of property loss of lost property values shouldered by those long-term residents. We have 1320 signatures on the supporting petition submitted by my wife, Carly Gray, in her appeal, created by neighbors, myself, and submitted by Carly. This is exactly the vision Council is wanting under planning R2045 and aims to achieve a tight-knit community. Now we are giving a variance to a property owner that has no vested interest in the community and is leveraging council and this variance to profit themselves. When they sell the house and the property in the future, given the variances in place, this takes away from affordable housing and the continuum housing shortage, as this house would likely be purchased by another business. It is my understanding that should this property obtain variance, that the variance approval would be staying with the property in perpetuity. The owners can leverage the variance. They can then use this to sell to a business or in turn find another business and charge premium rental rates over basic residential rates. The application for the program includes the importance of structure, community relationships, and access to employment, etc. Supporting this application under the context that admitted recovering addicts are planned to be uprooted, removed from the community, rehomed, possibly unable to continue employment that they secure is in itself a complete contradiction to the foundation of the program, which relies on stability for success. As a neighbor 2 doors down, I'm aware this property has been a rental property over 6 years, likely more without confirmation. In my conversation with Cindy Foster, she stated this location is temporary until they find a long-term, larger facility building. This also conflicts with RCR's letter of statement city that 412 Lindenwood Drive East was a fit, as the first objective was to find a residential location as opposed to one that was commercial or institutional. I believe statements of temporary location to be false, and I have been provided no assurance that this will be otherwise. This was one of my direct questions and information-seeking questions that I asked Cindy Foster at the time of our conversation during her second canvassing. I asked why it's important, and she stated the owners are taking back the property. I asked what happens to the patients if you do not have a new building or location, in which she replied, we believe we will have secured facility in time. I asked, what if you don't? What guarantee is this temporary, to which I have not received? To conclude, 3 points to take away. Information provided and the foundation of the approval was based on inaccurate and misrepresented information. 2, the community engagement that is what you as council are seeking for your vision and must be considered and have seen strongly omitted in the application for the variance. The property owner having no vested interest in the community and profiting from this variance has not been considered. The nature behind this application needs to be reminded that there are actually 3 parties at play here: the rehabilitating individuals, the not-for-profit, as well as the property owners who appears to be taking advantage of the situation. Thank you for your time.
Any questions, councillors? Thank you for your time. We'll move on.
At this time, we'll just put out one more call for anyone else who would like to speak in support of the appeal. Seeing none, we can move on to those in opposition. We will start off with the applicant. Cindy Foster, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name. Following Cindy Foster, we'll have Heidi Nelson and Mike Ostrowski, if you two would like to make your way down to the bench.
Anyone else? How many more people do we have?
Oh, yeah, for the opposition.
How many? 9? 9, 10. Okay, great. Ms. Foster.
I just have a PowerPoint to plug in. I might need some technical assistance.
Mm-hmm. agree.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can go ahead. 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, and we're able to see the slides okay online as well?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cindy Foster, and I'm the founder of and executive director at Regenesis Center for Recovery, also known as RCR. I reside at 698 Sherbourne Street, and I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant, the organization of RCR. Councillors, you have been fully apprised on the mission of RCR to establish a 6-bed facility for women and non-binary adults belonging to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. We are tasked at this hearing with making a case as to why the Lindenwoods property is an appropriate recovery center. We'll go to the next slide. So just down arrow?
Side to side.
Side to side, okay, thank you. So detailed information about RCR is available to the public on our website, as well as through the city in reference to RCR's application for a conditional use permit. In the interest of time, I will encourage those interested in learning more to consult these resources. Throughout the presentation, you will note that RCR, we refer to our clients as relatives in order to foster an atmosphere of inclusion. At RCR, our anti-oppressive, community-based approach and dedication to collaboration and partnerships will directly address gaps in current recovery services within the city. RCR is proud to be the first program, not only in Manitoba, but across Canada, to provide live-in addiction recovery care specifically developed to meet the unique needs of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Statistics gathered from numerous studies show that members of this community are more than twice as likely to struggle with substance addiction than their heterosexual counterparts. Additionally, transgender and non-binary members of this community are a staggering 3 to 5 times more likely to struggle with addiction than those who are cisgender. This is a direct result of the ongoing systemic discrimination and violence that these individuals experience on a daily basis. RCR has developed a service model of wraparound secondary care. The services shown on this slide will be integrated with our ability to supplement and leverage existing resources and programs within Manitoba. This creates the wraparound care necessary for successful long-term recovery. I think we skipped over a slide there, but here we go. There we go. Sorry, we're in the wrong order. We are here today for one reason: the current addiction crisis happening in Winnipeg, across Manitoba, and all of Canada. We must unite as a city to confront the stigma that exists around substance use and addiction, and to provide a range of supports that are safe and inclusive for all community members. In Manitoba alone, there were 467 drug-related deaths in 2022. And 445 in 2023. With an average of more than 1 death per day, there is a clear and pressing need for increased capacity in addiction recovery services. Many existing services are within traditional healthcare settings, which exclude marginalized communities. Community-based programming like ours addresses the unique needs of those targeted by systems of oppression. We do so by integrating harm reduction strategies developed by the communities we serve and ensuring access to relevant cultural supports. Winnipeg's valuable network of community-based recovery programs, which will now include RCR as its partners such as Bruce Oak Recovery Centre, Main Street Project, Moorburg House, Native Addictions Council of Manitoba, Heartwood Healing Centre, Tamarack Recovery, and more, collectively address the fact that healing and growth happen in many different ways. Community-based programs are able to integrate important harm reduction approaches and strategies while building extremely valuable community connections, including access to Indigenous knowledge, services, and ceremony. While RCR itself is a new organization, our work builds on the extensive experience of our board, staff, and community partners to ensure ethical, safe, and effective services. This is where I was talking before about our wraparound secondary care model, and listed on this slide are the services that we will be providing. So this slide illustrates a typical path of someone moving through the existing addiction recovery services spectrum. RCR is introduced following primary treatment, serving as an extension of care. Graduating relatives will receive outreach services as long as needed to help ensure successful reintegration into the community. Applicants are required to have completed a minimum of 30 days of continuous sobriety, and in doing so, most will have completed a withdrawal management program and primary treatment. In order to determine an applicant's compatibility with our program, our intake process includes a medical clearance with a licensed healthcare provider to ensure their mental, physical, and emotional health allows for full participation in our program. Also, an assessment of previous treatment program experience, personal needs, accommodation requirements, goals, and level of intrinsic motivation and commitment to sobriety. So prior to addressing some of the key concerns raised in the appeal submitted to the city, I would like to emphasize and reinforce the understanding that we are talking about people. These are people who come from residential neighborhoods all across our city and province. However mischaracterized the individuals are, they are all human beings from all walks of life. With that being said, I will not repeat nor address any of the discriminatory language or characterizations used in many of the appeals filed. I will first address concerns raised about community safety. The apprehension and fear communicated in the appeals are largely rooted in misinformation and stigma that does not represent the realities of neighborhoods where recovery facilities have been established. This is substantiated by several studies, including that of Johns Hopkins University on the effects of drug treatment centers in urban or residential areas. This study states that one is more likely to encounter violence and crime at a neighborhood liquor or corner store than a drug treatment center. It concludes with saying that drug treatment centers are a public health need. They are as necessary as urgent care centers and emergency departments, and the research shows that drug treatment centers do not impact communities any more than any other commercial business. Another repeated issue relates to property values. The research available through the Manitoba government's website, along with New Directions Beyond NIMBY Handbook, has also proven, both within Winnipeg and across America, that homes surrounding recovery centers do not lose their value, but rather rise and fall with external market forces. As a recovery home accommodating a maximum of just 6 residents at any given time, the environmental concerns raised by some appellants are also unfounded. Our programming will have no significant impact on surrounding traffic, noise, or pollution. RCR relatives will not have vehicles on site, and the home's garage and driveway are more than adequate to meet staff parking needs. With the exception of normal maintenance, the exterior of the home will not be modified and will pose no change to the character of the community. Additionally, as this property is a temporary location for RCR, we are working with the homeowners to ensure that our relatives will continue to receive these important services while a permanent location is acquired. Canvassing and the application process was also noted during the appeals received. During the application process, RCR contacted elected community officials from the municipal and federal governments. We selected not to contact officials that have previously demonstrated opposition of the 2S LGBTQIA+ rights and community. Overall, RCR has met and followed all required conditions and steps as outlined by the Department of Property, Planning and Development, including community canvassing. This is reflected in the department's decision to grant RCR the conditional use of the Lindenwoods property. Every home approached was provided with a collection of information, including a letter from myself with my contact information and a statement, like we've heard already, that if there was sufficient public interest, RCR would host a town hall meeting with the community members. Neither myself nor anyone from the organization received contact from community members between November of 2023 and the spring of 2024 when the application was submitted. Finally, the security of the home will be available around the clock for our relatives. Daily individual and group programs will be led by our experienced staff. Our team will be available for after-hours support for residents as well as to address any emergencies or issues requiring immediate response. Our model thrives on fostering the independence and empowerment of our residents through peer leadership roles and responsibilities. To ensure the safety of our residents and surrounding neighborhood, the RCR home will be equipped with indoor and outdoor security cameras monitored remotely by our on-call staff. RCR also has secured a dedicated phone number which can be used by community residents to communicate any concerns or raise questions at any time. Finally, should there be sufficient interest from our neighbors, RCR would be more than happy to develop a community relations committee wherein any future questions could be addressed and a continually open and respectful dialogue can be facilitated. In closing, I want to express that Lindenwoods is an excellent location for Regenesis Center for Recovery, a crucial facility that will positively impact the community. It is important to remember that lives are being lost across all areas of the city, including in Lindenwoods, and this initiative has the potential to help stop this crisis. Therefore, I urge this committee to dismiss the appeals and allow us to proceed with the mission of saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Foster. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Duncan, you want to start us off?
Sure. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
I have several questions, if I may, Madam Chair. No particular order, just as I was taking notes through the presentations. As I had mentioned earlier, I think that this would probably be a good opportunity to provide more information. Can you explain to me what after hours looks like, when it starts?
Right. So as of right now, our staff will be on until approximately 4 to 5 p.m., depending on the individual needs of who's in the house at that particular time. After that, we will have we have our staff members on call 24/7, evenings and weekends. It's the weekdays where we'll be providing in-house and structured programming. In the evenings and weekends, as I've mentioned, this is a wraparound secondary care model, so we're encouraging our relatives to be able to go out into the community and acquire a part-time job, volunteer, and things of that nature.
Okay, so to follow up with that, you had mentioned several other facilities, opportunities in the community that are established that provide this kind of care, that do have 24/7 care. Why did you choose to go with a model that did not provide 24/7?
That's a very excellent question, thank you. So again, back to our model of wraparound secondary care. We're trying to provide a bridge between primary treatment, which is what other programs are in Winnipeg and across Manitoba providing, such as what used to be AFM, now Shared Health. And then when folks go back out into the community, they are usually left by themselves with little to no support services in place. So RCR's mission, and this was born out of the Virgo report that the provincial government funded, is to close that gap in services. And so in doing so, we are wanting to ensure that we are allowing folks that stay with us and go into our program the opportunity to reestablish their own personal empowerment and their own trust within themselves. Because if we send the message that no one trusts you, we must monitor you 24/7, what happens when that person goes from being in our care to being back into the community with no supervision 24/7? It's better to have a gradual reintegration than it is to go right from 24/7 supervision to absolutely none.
Okay, I hear you on that, but you did say that you have monitoring of these individuals 24/7.
Correct.
And the fact of the matter that these individuals are coming out of a facility 30 days sober, if they require additional support, I suppose, is that possible? There was a concern brought forward that you'd be exceeding the limit of individuals living in the house. Has that been contemplated?
I'm sorry, I don't
How would
understand
you-
the question.
Sorry, how would you facilitate 24/7 care in that home?
In that home? Good question. If we were to decide that 24/7 care was something that our model would benefit from, it would be no different than the way we have staff on during the day. So during the day, there's structured programming in the common areas of the house, which are very large. And if we were to have 24/7 care, there is an office, for example, on the main floor of the house, and I'm sure that's probably where the staff member would spend most of their time while our relatives would be asleep.
I have more questions, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go on.
Okay, and you spoke about connecting with resources in the community. I too worked in a similar line of work before this point in my life. One of the key points of facilitating a successful integration into the community would be to be able to be connected with those resources. Does Linden Woods scream to you appropriate resources for individuals coming out of recovery? You said yourself that they would be doing programming and whatnot. Can you give us these different programming opportunities in that community?
Well, you have to remember that not everybody that's coming out of addiction treatment requires the same supports. So a lot of times when, especially with a program such as ours that lasts for 6 to 12 months, folks need the same types of services as any other community member. To say that they would need specialized community treatments or supports specifically for addiction is not necessarily accurate. It depends on the person individually. If someone was wanting to have specific addiction required supports, there are medical services around in the area. There are also, for example, AA meetings everywhere throughout the city that are easily accessed. So yes, there are supports within and around the community that can be accessed if someone chose to stay in the Linden Woods community after they graduated from our program. Additionally, RCR offers outreach services to all graduates of our program, and that will go on as long as needed for the graduate. So regardless of what community they're in, they will receive some form of outreach services from us.
Okay. So with all due respect, the next question, and I do mean that sincerely, you speak in present and future tenses about the experience you folks have, and I get that I would assume that you're going to employ people that have either lived experience or formal education in this line of work. Can you speak to what qualifications individuals would need to be able to qualify to work for this organization and in these homes?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. So right now, we have a small staff because we're a small organization. We're only serving 6 individuals at any given time, right? So our program coordinator has over 15 years of experience in running similar facilities for addiction recovery. as well as for youth that are escaping gender-based violence and or sex trafficking, human trafficking situations. We have an outreach counselor who has a master's degree in social work, and that is the person that will be providing the individual counseling for our relatives at the house. If we were to have more people on, there would be a similar vein of experience and education that would be required.
Okay. Just around the comments made by our earlier delegations around the lack of transparency in this process. Comment was made about an AGM being on the table and then canceled and not rescheduled. Do you have any comment for that?
I do have a comment about that, actually. Yes, we received about 6 emails on the day of, and I think one before the day of our AGM, which we had announced on our social media. Unfortunately, due to the nature of people's lives, we were unable to hold the AGM at that particular month. We informed everyone that had asked to attend that the AGM was being postponed and that we would be in contact again once we knew what date it was going to be. The AGM is tentatively scheduled again for this month of September, but we need to go through the process of making sure that that is when we'll be able to have it. And additionally, we need to be able to make sure that anyone that is attending the AGM is able to be respectful, and we don't want to open up our board members who have lived experience and who work on the front lines to be re-traumatized by any of mischaracterizations or discriminatory remarks that may come up.
Okay. That would flow nicely into my next question, Madam Chair. I'm not trying to hog the...
It's your time,
Thank you.
councilors. It's your time.
So in combination with the statement of 4 out of 25 homes only supporting, I suppose to your point of potentially a community that is not accepting of this type of service being integrated into their lives within the community, why would your organization be so insistent of this location, given the community opposition?
That's a great question. And as someone had already said, when we were looking for a location, I stopped counting, honestly, after about 15 houses, rental locations all across the city. And as soon as I told the landlords or homeowners what the intention was for, we were told, no way will we rent to you. So when I was able to come into contact with the lovely homeowners at 412 Lindenwood, they are 2 doctors, they're both professors at the University of Winnipeg and very dedicated to helping solve Winnipeg's housing and homelessness issues. So they were more than happy to be on board to help support our cause.
Okay. Around operations, sorry to jump back and forth on you here. Will there be guests permitted at the residence?
That's another great question. Yes and no. All guests that want to come to the facility will have to be pre-approved by staff members before they're allowed to come. They'll only be allowed to come during designated times and days, and they'll only be allowed to stay for a certain amount of time. They'll be required to sign in and sign out, and if any of the peer leaders at the house have deemed that they are acting out of unusual behavior, or there's anything suspicious, or they're even staying longer than they're allowed to, on-call staff will be called to deal with the situation.
Okay. I only use the word client, but relatives, as you're just describing or characterizing here, your clients, will you folks be targeting those that have been previously justice involved? Is that something that's a mandate of yours?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
Anyone can apply.
Okay. And your funding is coming from the provincial government, which is a good thing. Is that funding for 1 year, or is there any type of model around that funding?
It's a continual service agreement, so until other conditions apply where we get more funding or for some reason the political climate changes, your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, so that's ongoing funding?
It's ongoing funding.
Okay. I mean, with a lot of the concerns around proximity to other things in the community, let's call a spade here with the school. Obviously, that's jumping to a lot of conclusions of what may happen in the community. Again, referring to my own experience working with clients that are justice involved with the FASD Youth Justice Program. Some may be familiar with them in the Linden Woods community, but I had several clients that I worked with in that specific community. You know, were there issues? Yeah, but what would you say to parents who have not had that experience, whether it be addictions or justice-involved individuals or somebody that might not fit the bill in that community? What would you say to them to reassure them that their safety will not be compromised and that their children can continue to go to and from the school? You know, I think to myself, sorry, Madam Chair, for rambling, but I think to myself, like, there's nothing stopping an alcoholic from living next door to you. There's nothing stopping somebody from hiding a meth lab down the street. So is it not better that we're just upfront with this? So with that, how would you reassure these parents, these families, these longtime residents that it's going to be just as safe?
The first thing I would do would be to invite them for a conversation. To invite them for a conversation with myself and with our board members who also have extensive experience in these fields. The next thing I would do would be for them to reach out to other facilities such as the Brook Oak Center or Behavioral Health Foundation or Tamarack Recovery and talk to them about their experiences with the neighborhood. And then from there, I think you would be able to actually glean a more accurate picture of what this will look like.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions, councillors? You mentioned partners.
Yes.
And you mentioned partners, and can you talk to me about that? You know, some of those partners I'm familiar with because I've sat in appeals when they didn't have their first center. But, you know, talk to me about partners.
Is there anything specific you'd like to know?
Yeah, what, you know, what is the nature of the partnership?
Great. It depends on the organization. For example, with Main Street Project, we have a partnership to engage with clients that they have who are in the Withdrawal Management Services program. And the point of our outreach counselor is to actually provide some high-level case management for folks as they move from community through withdrawal management services, primary treatment, and then to us. So we can establish that relationship before they even come to Regenesis Center, and also to make sure that they're a good fit for our program. So for example, that's something where our outreach counselor would be going to the location, talking with these individuals, talking with their case managers and their team that's supporting their recovery, and getting a really, you know, well-rounded idea of, you know, who this person is, what their motivations are, and the likely chance of success in our program. For things like the Bruce Oak Center, they serve men right now, but they will be opening the Ann Oak Recovery Center pretty soon, thank goodness, because there is such a need. And we will be, as theirs acting as a primary treatment facility, so we will be welcoming folks that, you know, belong to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community that are attending that primary treatment center to come to stay with us for an extra 6 to 12 months of treatment. And that's the same story for any other primary treatment facility in Winnipeg.
Folks that came to speak in favor of the appeal, you know, put some words in your mouth in terms of you addressing, well, in particular quote was around NIMBYism. Is there anything you'd like to respond to with respect to what we've heard today?
I think that what I would have liked to have seen was to have folks that had concerns that were approached in November of 2023 to actually approach myself or the organization as a whole before the appeals hearing happened to gain more information instead of going about their appeals process without having actually had an in-depth conversation. Now I can say actually that that is not the case for all Lindenwood residents. It is the case for some, and I would really think that being able to speak with myself and or our board members would assuage a lot of the concerns that folks had and would probably have either not prevented us from being here this afternoon and this morning, or rather made folks feel a lot better about what was going on.
Okay, anything further, councillors? Right, thank you for your time today, Ms. Foster.
Thank you.
We'll move on.
So at this time, we'll call up Heidi Nelson, who is in opposition to the appeal. After Heidi Nelson, we'll have Mike Ostrowski, and then we'll go to Zoom, where we'll hear from Elizabeth Polikoff. We typically don't.
Hello, my name is Heidi Nelson. I'm here today to support the Regenesis Center for Recovery's application to open their facility in the Lindenwoods neighborhood. This is my son, Joseph. He is an addict and alcoholic. This picture is from his second year recovery birthday, the end of August of this year. If it wasn't for the Bruce Oak Recovery Center and the 210 Sober Living Facility, he probably would not be here today. I found out about his addiction only after he tried to end his life in June of 2022. That was a very long summer of fear, worry, helplessness, and trying to find help and programs for him. Thankfully, he started at Bruce Oak in September of 2022 and moved on to Sober Living in January of 2023. He is now living in his own apartment, working full-time, volunteering, and actively supporting the recovery community. Addiction does not discriminate. It affects people and families from all socioeconomic levels, all races, all religions, all genders, all ages. If you think that addiction does not exist in your world or in your neighborhood, I can guarantee that it does. As a nurse, I deal with people dealing with addiction every day of my professional life. Addiction exists in every corner of Manitoba, in every part of the city of Winnipeg, Lindenwoods included. The Bruce Oak Recovery Center came up against very similar concerns that are brought here today before it opened in May of 2021. The center has been nothing but a very good thing for the community. The residents are actively engaged in their community. They do fall and spring cleanups, shovel snow, family fun days, an open house, a pancake breakfast, all for their community. Recovery centers are not drug dens. They do not promote violence or drug sales. Quite the opposite. They are places of healing and of hope. The Regenesis Center is a recovery center for women and non-binary individuals, some of the most underserved and most vulnerable people living with addiction. We need more services for these individuals, not less. National data shows that 47,000 Canadians die from substance abuse every year. That includes alcohol, drugs, and other addictions. Recovery is a path to reduce that number. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders, 5th edition, has classified addiction as a disease. So why do we treat this disease differently than any other disease? If your loved one had a stroke or a heart attack or cancer, wouldn't our friends and family rally around us, support us with food and time and anything we could to make the life of the person and the family better? Let us get rid of the stigma surrounding addiction and start supporting our loved ones and families. I attended Recovery Day this past Sunday at the Forks. It was a positive, uplifting event, and for that I have hope. I do want to say that every level of government spoke, municipal, provincial, federal, in support of recovery and lessening the stigma around addiction. Recovery is possible, but it takes work and commitment. It takes a safe and supportive environment to heal and to grow, and it takes the availability of resources and centers that I believe the Regenesis Center is going to be. We need more, not less. I ask this board to reject the appeal and support the Regenesis Center for Recovery. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, councillors? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll move on.
Mike Ostrowski, you can come forward. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. After we hear from Mike, we'll go to Zoom to hear from Elizabeth Polikoff. And following Elizabeth, we'll have Alexandra Demers, who can come down and sit at the bench at this time.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Mike Ostrowski. We moved here along with my wife, Alexandra, 2 years ago. We moved to West Alexander knowing what kind of neighborhood it was. She's going to medical school, second year now. I'm a Canadian Forces veteran. So I kind of have a unique insight into how you can properly treat mental health issues. A lot of Canadian Forces members do suffer from PTSD, and they do need that support, and they do get very good support from Veterans Affairs. I have seen a lot of them recover, some don't. So I do know the importance of proper rehabilitation services. And I do hope that the general population can also have access to that. Where we do live, we see a lot of people that are homeless and have substance abuse issues. There is a women's shelter near our home that is literally within 300 meters of 2 schools. I see kids walking to those schools with no issues, and this is a shelter where the people are not even recovering from substance abuse. They're still using, and I don't see any problems in that neighborhood with that regard, especially for just speaking towards problems with them harassing children or things like that. So I think those fears are a little overblown in that sense. As far as security goes, what I think the residents of that area need to know is that these people are there voluntarily. They want to recover. They are getting the support they need, and a majority of addicts are not the violent criminals that people like to paint them to be. There's various types of drugs that they can be using, and it's not necessarily all methamphetamine. And I know people touched on the Bruce Oak Recovery Center that opened in 2021. I just read a CBC article on it from May of 2023, and it said they had a waiting list of 200 people that are currently waiting to get in there. So the need in Winnipeg to have more rehabilitation services is, from what I see, pretty dire. So I commend the people at RCR for trying to fix that. As far as the concerns about crime increasing, now Bruce Oak does have 24/7 security, but from what I understand, it's also not a prison. So people can be visited. They can I don't know how much they can roam or something like that. I don't know much about that part. But it's the crime statistics compared to the rest of Winnipeg have not been affected in that area. And that's from the Winnipeg police site since Bruce Oak opened. So I don't think crime is much of a concern, especially since it's only 6 people at a time in that neighborhood. Yeah, I think the 2 previous speakers covered a lot of everything else I was going to say, so that'll be it for me. Any questions?
Any questions, councilors? Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
At this time, in opposition to the appeal, we'll have Elizabeth Polikoff. Elizabeth, I'm just asking you to unmute and turn on your camera.
She wasn't next.
All right, oops. Good afternoon. Can I be heard?
You
Yep,
can.
coming through.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As I was said, my name is Elizabeth Polikoff, and I speak in support of the Rehabilitation Center, which is just down the block from me. I have lived in this community for 34 years. Folks who have the good fortune, drive, determination, and resolve to secure a space in a rehab or second stage housing program such as this are needing our friendly outreach and inclusion. I've heard reference today to these people, and I am here to say that they are us. And any attempt to other whoever the residents will be is simply judgmental, classist, and most certainly not in the spirit of the common good. People who have the courage to work through the rehabilitation process need to feel that they count in this world, that they are part of this community. The importance of sober living facilities throughout Winnipeg speaks to our community commitment to offer mental health supports across the city and not merely lip service. Any notion of I support rehab programming for those people, but not in my backyard, are guilty of NIMBYism. And it is fear-mongering, in my view, self-serving, narrow-minded, and elitist. I believe that we as
Caution you. I'm just going to caution you slightly on your personalization of those coming in, similar as I did others here today. I appreciate you can say the what you need to say without biting down so hard, but continue.
Really? All right. We need to encourage all those who seek wellness, a good life, and a fresh start. And we need to stand together as all of us are part of the human family. And I believe that either all of us count or none of us do. And so I say, for my part, welcome to the neighborhood. Thank you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Any questions, councilors? Yes? No. Thinking about it. Thank you very much for your time today. We'll move on.
Up next in opposition to the appeal, we have Alexandra Demers. Following Alexandra, we will go to Zoom, where we will hear from Heather Witherden and John Peters.
Hi. I moved here 2 years ago for medical school, and I bought a house near HSC. And I don't know if you've been in the area, but HSC is quite a big drug problem area. And I never been surrounded by that many drugs. It's been kind of a shock moving here from Quebec City. And I walk my dog carrying Narcan, and I had to use it twice this summer alone. And I don't think the drug problem itself is something that we're debating here. We all know it's very important, but let me tell you why it's important that it is in Lindenwood. So when I was a preteen, I used methamphetamine, and I was eventually moved to a neighborhood that was quiet, that was calm, where I didn't have access to drugs. I didn't have the friends or the people that were making this very available, right? And naturally, I stopped. And today, I've been 15 years in my military service, going into medical school, and I'm thriving. And this is an opportunity. It's a moment of their recovery that is crucial. There's been this statistic that's been thrown around where 50% of recovering addicts relapse, which is a true statistic. However, 50% of that is actually within the first 30 days. And therefore, in this neighborhood, they've already passed that stage. And in that statistic, we're also including people that have just tried to quit on their own. And those people have supports, and therefore their chances are actually better than 70% of not reusing again. And I want to give these people the best opportunity to be in an environment that is quiet, away from drugs, away from the siren of the hospitals. And I know everybody is like, oh, they need more support, they should be near a hospital. Those people they're just trying to recover. They don't need the help of a doctor, and they have access to nurses. And because of that, I think Lindenwood is the perfect community for this kind of services. And a person with addiction has a different sense of what is normal for them. They often have been homeless, and that's kind of their day-to-day normal. And being surrounded by the good citizen of Lindenwood, people that have family, it gives them hope that there's something better for them. I know it certainly did for me. And that resets their sense of normal and what they can hope in the future. And so that's why it's important to have these centers away from the big drug centers like my area. And as Mike previously stated, we have a women's shelter squeezed in between a primary school and a high school. And is it the best area to put it? Absolutely not. However, we haven't seen any incident happen. And I don't see why having it 1.6 kilometers away from a school, in that particular case, would be that damaging if there's no incident happening when a women's shelter is right next to a school, when there's actually active drug users in that area. Those people are recovering, and I think it's fair to give them a chance. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Je me remercie en français.
Oui, merci pour
Oui,
la présentation.
merci.
Merci pour la présentation.
Je te dis en français. Merci beaucoup.
Presuming you speak French.
Yeah. She's from Quebec, of course she does.
Well.
C'est un bon accent. Okay, d'accord. We'll move on.
Okay, so Heather Witherden is no longer in the Zoom meeting, so at this time, I will call forward John Peters. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation after you state your name.
His mic's not
on.
There we go.
Good day. My name is John Peters. I am Two-Spirit and a proud member of Fox Lake Cree Nation and a member of the Board of Directors for Genesis Center for Recovery. Within the MMIW G2S Calls to Justice, it reads, we call upon all governments to ensure that in communities receive immediate and necessary resources, including funding and support for the establishment of sustainable, permanent, no barrier, preventative, accessible, holistic wraparound services, including trauma and addiction recovery. Included within the 2S LGBTQIA National Action Plan concerning MMIW-G2S, it reads, to develop a 2S LGBTQIA+ harassment-free national healing strategy that promotes well-being. develop 2S LGBTQIA+ healing supports to address historical trauma and addictions. It's important that these calls to action, calls to justice, and recommendation made to all levels of government are not taken out of context in which they're written, but it does apply to this situation. It wasn't too long ago that I needed access to programs and support for my own recovery and well-being. During that very vulnerable, sensitive, and formative time, healthcare staff labeled me a drunk. That was it. I wasn't a person. I wasn't someone who needed care. I wasn't someone who needed resources. I was a drunk. Thankfully, a kind, compassionate, and fiery human advocated for me during my most delicate time, and I was able to receive further in-depth care, and I'm proudly sober today. This story is one of many where people like me are often met with the same narrative of who we are, the same narrative that is being presented today. I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for an advocate. So today, I present before you with the same fiery spirit advocating for my community members who are trying to better their lives. Recovery isn't linear, and yes, there are challenges, but every community member deserves the opportunity to access equitable and inclusive care. Specialized care has been proven to show success with strong positive outcomes. It needs to be clear that currently, excuse me, sorry. It needs to be clear that currently, as of other things that I'm hearing today, there are no relatives living in the house other than staff who occupy the residence from time to time for our day-to-day operations, meetings, and meetings with the board. It also needs to be clear that while our service is being developed, and as our executive director explained, our models of care, we understand the sensitive nature around treating folks living with substance use disorders, and some of us with lived experience. I myself work in community program coordinating, harm reduction, and crisis support. Our project has the potential to offer specialized care to the 2S LGBTQIA community here in the province of Manitoba. I would also like to share that Manitoba has been a stronghold in the movement for 2S LGBTQIA human rights, as the Rainbow Resource Center is the longest continuous 2S LGBTQIA resource in North America. Manitoba is where the term Two-Spirit was coined at a gathering near Winnipeg in 1990, which is now an internationally used term for Indigenous nations and their LGBTQIA community members. Two-Spirit Manitoba was also formed in 1986 in response to the HIV/AIDS crisis and eventually joined initiatives such as the Canadian AIDS Alliance Network and the Manitoba AIDS Task Force, which were led by Two-Spirit Elder Dr. Albert McLeod. Two-Spirit Elders Barbara Bruce and Charlotte Nolan, along with Two-Spirit Manitoba, have also successfully held for 2 years a Two-Spirit Sundance ceremony here in the territory, a first of its kind in Canada. Other honorable mentions are Two-Spirit Elders Gail Pruden, Lieutenant Coot, and the late and great Kelly Houle. Manitoba also holds the only Two-Spirit archives at the University of Winnipeg, which is the first of its kind in the country. Regenesis Center for Recovery will be the first of its kind in this province. I do believe this is an excellent opportunity to be on the right side of history and to contribute and preserve the rich history that our province holds. Pardon me. The opposition's reasons to appeal, I feel, are... Pardon me.
Okay.
The opposition's reasons to appeal, I feel, are stigmatizing, discriminatory, and prejudiced. The narrative that people who live with substance use disorders are criminals is violent and not true. For my story, that narrative is what could have taken my life. It is confusing and disheartening to understand that our efforts to increase health resources for our community are being protested, ultimately protesting our human rights. If we are going to talk about safety, I want to be clear whose safety we are talking about. It's often the people who have access to systemic and monetary privilege whose safety is prioritized in these conversations at the expense of those made vulnerable to ongoing violence and harm through discriminatory campaigns, such as the one behind this appeal. As a central part of our mission, we are committed to building inclusive communities where all community members can feel safe and respected, including our 2S LGBTQIA+, BIPOC, and disabled relatives who are recovering from addiction and who have been and continue to be systemically excluded from safe access to essential life-saving services, such as recovery centers. With that in mind, there is absolutely no evidence to support With that in mind, there is absolutely no evidence to support fears that community safety, including the safety of children and seniors, would be put at risk by the conditional use of this property as a recovery facility. That is all for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, councillors? Seeing none, we'll move on.
At this time, we'll call forward Alba Lopez Gomez to come forward. After Alba, we'll have Ashley Gahn and Jensen Hosky. You're welcome to come down and sit at the bench while we wait.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alba Lopez Gomez. I am a board member of Regenesis and also a proud member of the Two-Spirit LGBTQ community. Well, John did such a great job addressing. It has been a very, very, very draining afternoon. When we talk about safe spaces, today was very triggering for me. As part of a community that have been stigmatized, racialized, and totally discriminated against, it's very difficult to hear that we are trying to do something that it comes from a good place, trying to give the Two-Spirit LGBTQ community access to recovery. It's very difficult for us that have lived and gone through so much trauma and discrimination, et cetera, and for us to find a safe space where we can deal with everything and achieve sobriety. Regenesis is giving people that chance. I understand the concerns of some people, but also make me question how much information is out there. Recovery is not only for certain kind of people, it's for everybody that wants to achieve, who chooses life. So when I hear about concerns about school children's needles, not everybody in recovery is shooting up. There are many things that is not only that. So also violence is not part of somebody dealing with whatever they're using. So it's a lot of misconceptions. And as a board member, part of Regenesis, we are open to have the conversation. We are community. We want to work with community. What we are doing is a labor of love, giving people chances. Like many of us, I have chose life. I want that for others. I want that for my community. I want that for everybody. It is sometimes sad to see that we have become them and us. There's not such a thing as them or us. It's all of us. Canada is a wonderful country. Human rights, the fact that here we have human rights that protect us to be able to live with truth and authenticity is amazing. So it is very difficult sometimes to see that we are trying to perpetrate other things than freedom, living in wealth, sharing, and being inclusive. So thank you for listening. And yeah, like board members, we're just trying to give a voice to a community that have been underserved for so many years, and people that deserve a chance to live a full life. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions, councillors? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
We'll move on.
I will note that Ashley Gahn had indicated she wasn't able to stay for the remainder of the meeting. However, she did provide a submission, which I have forwarded by email to members of the committee. So at this time, we'll call forward Jensen Hosky.
Hello, my name is Jensen Hosky. I'm one of the board members for RCR. I'm here to support the opposition of the appeal. For RCR, I believe that this organization is a place that we can all come together to support our relatives. It doesn't matter if those relatives are from the north end, west end, or even the south end. It's a place for them. And I think we as a community need to assist and help our relatives. It doesn't matter what walk of life that we come from. And it's unfortunate that that's come into opposition. I thought that's what Friendly Manitoba was. I also want to address some of the issues and talk about how this also serves within the TRC and reconciliation. Where is the reconciliation if we don't have organizations like this? Places like this open an opportunity for those around. I had some more fiery things to say, but I think that everybody's been kind of chipping away at it. So I just wanted to add that, you know, even places like Bruce Oak Recovery had its issues, had its opposition, and not to say that it wasn't lengthy. And even Capion Barracks had its opposition. These places will serve the community. These will service not only the First Nations, but also everybody. And that's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to, you know, to service and help. So, yeah, there's not really much more I can really say about RCR than just that I believe in it. It's something that will help us, and this is coming from someone that has worked in the addictions. Someone that has, I used to work for NACM, right? And NACM is close to a school. It is close to a care home. And it operates still. It's operated for over 50 years. It too had its beginning point. Who's to say that RCR will not have that length as well? And if it's not given that opportunity, how will we ever know? So I know it's quick and short, but that's all I really have to say. Have a great day.
Any questions, councilors? You drew connections between opposition Bruce Oak Recovery Center had and this hearing. Did you want to, did you want to expand on that? And did you want to expand on the calls to action, calls to justice?
Well, as far as the opposition that was faced, like for Bruce Oak or even Capion or any of other places, you know, unfortunately, the reasons of opposition are kind of mirrored. You know, it's an idea of safety. It's an idea of, will my property value go down? And time has shown that with a lot of these places, that is not true. But these places are there for our community to journey further. Who knows what these people can do? Who knows who they can also reciprocate and service? If we don't give them an opportunity, then how can we as people say we're going to help our future generations? Because even in Lindenwoods, there is active addiction. And I think it's best that we get out there and get up in front as best we can. As far as a TRC, unfortunately, my wife is a bit more educated on the TRC, but there's a lot of action when it comes to TRC in assisting the community, and more specifically, the First Nations community, that needs to be addressed and has been fallen by the wayside. And as a recent graduate of the University of Winnipeg, Urban and Inner City Studies, I've become very well versed in a lot of those things because I am not a Winnipeg native. I'm from Arizona, but I'm from the Navajo Nation. We too face the same issues that you do up here, albeit it's a little different, it's a little bit more nuanced. And then at the same time, I too am in active recovery. I've been 3 years sober. And if I didn't go through different programs throughout my time, had I not met people that are recovered, I would not be here at this time. I followed a very dark path, and Creator gave those people, put those people in my path, and programs in my path to help me along. And here I stand, a graduate, a veteran, a grandfather, a father. How many more can say that if we give them that opportunity? Hope that answers your question there.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, councilors? Thank you for your time today. I'll move on.
So that concludes those I have listed who had pre-registered to speak in opposition to the appeal. As we do have some people in the gallery, is there anyone else here who would like to speak in opposition to the appeal? Okay, seeing none. At this time, we can move to those registered for information. We have Nick DeStefano, who has been registered for information. Nick, if you'd like to unmute your microphone and start your camera, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. Hello, Nick. I can see you in the Zoom meeting. I have just asked you to unmute and turn on your camera.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yeah, this must be some type of confusion. When I had registered, I had asked only to observe today. I do not have a presentation prepared.
Okay, that's not a problem, Nick.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak for information on the appeal? Seeing none, we can move on to questions for the administration.
All right. Questions, councilors. Councilor Duncan, you can start us off.
Thank you. One of the delegations spoke about the application and stated that on the application, it was included of a 24/7 supervision. Is that accurate?
No, there's not 24/7 supervision.
So nowhere in the application did it ever indicate that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you want to ask a global question on the application?
Pardon me?
Do you want to ask a global question, like what's on the application?
I guess we can just get confirmation. I know that I believe it was shared. I'm not sure if it was from the public service, just on the zoning bylaw. I didn't catch the number 66 something or other about proximity to care homes. Can we just get formal confirmation of what that is?
Yeah,
currently?
that's an old version of the zoning bylaws. So council actually adopted amendments in 2017 to change regulations for neighborhood rehabilitation homes. And we based our support on the current zoning bylaw.
I guess as well, Madam Chair, I can also ask just around I heard the words, and I just want to get this straight so I'm not putting any words in people's mouths about requirement for community consultation. Can we speak to requirements? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, the City of Winnipeg doesn't have public consultation requirements. We certainly encourage applicants to conduct consultations with their neighbors. You know, we have our consultation report from the applicant, and they were available to consult with the public service, as well as provided their email contact to anyone who had information or were seeking information about the programming operations of RCR. And I can go into details of how they address concerns. But yeah, there was public consultation that we felt was comprehensive for this particular project.
Okay. I guess yeah, without getting into too much detail on it, like we've heard from a few dozen people in support of the appeal, and then they claim that 4 out of 25 homes were only in support. Like, what is it exactly that you're looking for when you deem comprehensive for community consultation? Because clearly, I think one of the presenters quoted 1,300 people signing a whatever it would be deemed.
Change.org.
Pardon me?
Like a change.org petition?
Yeah, whatever petition. I don't know if it's actually formally a petition, but look, what would be considered comprehensive? Because that's not the feeling the community is getting here.
Sure. I mean, our view is they went through 2 rounds of engagement. They made sure to make sure that they had covered various months across the year and come back another time. They provided a pretty detailed brochure as well as a letter providing information and a business card. They had conversations with adjacent, at least the abutting properties, adjacent properties. Even, you know, when we're looking at precedent, we're looking at the block, the 24 homes we're covering within that block, and then they provided us, you know, additional details or made themselves available, you know, if there were questions on our end and during the, you know, application process and afterwards.
So Madam Chair, through you, was the public service aware of the community opposition to this extent when they approved the application?
Yes. Like, sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Was the public service, so you folks there who reviewed this application, were you aware of this level of community opposition?
Not the extent of the petition that came afterwards. The letter of intent, the engagement summary did indicate that there would be opposition. Our conversation with the applicant as well indicated that there could be a few individuals in opposition to the proposal, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through to the public service, the applicant is proposing to establish a neighborhood rehabilitation home use in the residential single-family district. It requires a conditional use. When it says it's a home use, why does it require a conditional use application?
Maybe going back to some of the zoning bylaw changes back in 2017.
I have a separate question on that, so excellent.
Sure. It was focused on a lot of the stakeholder comments and providers who were commenting in discussion back then. It was focused on moving away from the separation distances. So it said 990 feet from a care home or another neighborhood rehabilitation home, and moving that focus more to intensity and forms. So the reason why it's still conditional in our residential zonings is to ensure that, and it was added that it does not affect the residential character. So it's conditional so that we can, have a deeper analysis and review into the form and intensity. So yes, it meets the intensity in terms of the 6 maximum persons. That was also changed from 2017. And then it's the existing single-family dwelling. There's no change to the actual residential character of that home. So there's no changes there as well. And then I thought I flagged that, it meets the current use-specific standards that is in the zoning bylaw now. And there wasn't any discussion at that time about changing whether it's conditional or permitted. It was just about the wording of the definition, and then focusing on moving away from, what other uses it could be separated from, as well as that intensity and form.
So, and largely when I read your report, it is based on intensity and form, and not on those 2017 changes that are there. And I don't know if you were around. I certainly wasn't a counselor back in 2017. I think I was a school trustee though. But I did work for the Manitoba government in community living disability services. So I do know that those bylaws were considered by the community living disability services as something that they desired change because they thought it zoned people. And these changes on that focus from distances, for instance, you couldn't have a group home anywhere near kind of a group home or a senior's home, which implied that we zoned people. So we don't zone people anymore, which gives rise to my question, if it's a home use, the conditional use is, and I think you answered it, it's around form and intensity, not about zoning people.
Certainly not, no.
I think that that's the end of my questions.
I apologize, I didn't ask this in my round of questions, just around the year time frame that the applicant is looking for. What happens at the end of that year, or is this in perpetuity for the conditional use?
It's October 2025 or October, what happens?
If the use remains established on the property, it carries on in perpetuity. If, if this rehab were to operate and then move out, that the property would lose its conditional use if it wasn't established for a year. So if you get a conditional use for something and then you stop using that use for 1 year, then it starts over again. So if this use ceased for a year, that conditional use would be lost.
So Regenesis moves out, or go ahead.
Please
So
go ahead.
Regenesis moves out because, like they said they were going to do, they found another more permanent place for Regenesis. The fears that the appellants gave at the podium today that another business would move in is unfounded.
A new business could, if it was less than that 1 year period, if like a new agency, whatever, saw this property went up for sale, whatever, and they were like, what a great opportunity for our own rehabilitation home. They would have a right through a conditional use if it was less than a year. So, because the conditional use carries on with the land, unless it stops operating for a year.
So within, 6 months, they move net new recovery that I do not think exists in the market, but let's say it did, possible it would move in. Is it still time limited, the conditional use?
If it was within, like you say, 6 months, then they could carry on in perpetuity.
Okay.
Under that scenario, yeah.
So I guess just the question on that conditional use in the 1 year time frame, why would we even discuss that? Like, I guess it's misleading to the public that it's a 1 year time frame, when really, like, it's been stated by multiple people today that it's such a great need for this type of facility. Why would they ever give it up? So why would we even talk? Why wouldn't we just say, we're given a conditional use for this property, end of story. If they choose to give it up, they choose to give it up. Why would we even talk about 1 year?
I think it's semantic. It's a semantic difference. Like the 1 year is.
Well, could I have the answer from the public service?
That was correct me if I'm wrong, Choi, but that was the applicant who had said that this is their need is for 1 year. It's a conditional use application for the use. It's not the amount of time. So, is that correct?
Yeah, we were just noting their intent.
It might be, their intent is 1 year, the conditional use isn't, but there are cases where we renew conditional uses at council. I just did one last week.
I've done that.
Yeah. And they are also subject to appeal.
And that happens when they time out, I guess.
They're conditional uses do. Conditions of expiry can be included, so that this conditional use shall expire on this date or X number of years from the date of this order, that kind of thing.
Madam Chair, may I take it back?
Yeah, because
Summarize
were
it the
you,
way I
because I was
understand
piggybacking as we do sometimes. So did you have more? Counselor Duncan? Okay, go ahead,
Appreciate
Councilor
it.
Lard, sorry.
So if I'm to summarize what I believe happened is that the applicant talked about 1 year and their intent for 1 year. However, the conditional use, if granted, is that that use can continue as long as that use continues. And if it stops being used in that way after 1 year, the conditional use is terminated. 1 year, 1 year. The 1 year was the applicant stating their intention for 1 year, and then conditional use going to the land, that use continues. It could change hands, the use continues. If the use stops, like it goes back to a single-family home for 1 year, the use is then gone. Is that an accurate summary?
Yeah, under that scenario, you know, if somebody,
There's other scenarios, yeah.
yeah, if this was used as just a regular single-family house for a year, and some other agency care provider came along, they would apply for a new conditional use.
Councilor Dobson?
Yeah, I'm still stuck on the 1 year thing, so, I mean, they could have said 5 years, or they could have said 10 years. Not just 1 year. I just don't know why we would have that in the report. That's all. It confuses me.
That's the intent of regenesis versus the conditional use, you mean?
Well, I don't understand why it would list in the report for only 1 year, because that sounds like after 1 year, that's it, we're done. It just gives me the impression that it's over after 1 year, when in reality, it's not. Conditional use could be for 10 years, or 20 years, or 30. It could be, as long as they use it
So I'll
in that
let the
respect.
public service comment on what they have on page 13, but in the public service report, it clearly says a conditional use, and it says subject to conditions that if the development is granted by the order is not established within 2 years of the date, then it's terminated. So there's that, but perhaps the public service, because you do have a few dates that serves as contours in the report. Councillor Dobson, if I could help restate a question for the public service?
Sure, we indicated the 1 year because that was simply the applicant's intent and conversation agreement with the current owners. The condition is there's no condition about the use expiring at any time. But yes, if they wished, the conditional use is, indefinite.
Okay.
We did not place any condition on this application to expire or end within a year.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anything further, councillors? If not, we'll move into rebuttals. Okay. So we'll call the appellants down in order for them to be able to rebut on what they've heard.
Just as a matter of procedure, I will note that our last speaker in support of the appeal, Jason Gray, should have been presenting alongside the appellants. He will be given the opportunity to speak in rebuttal as well, along with the other appellants.
Did we hear from Jason Gray?
We did.
Okay.
Yes. So yes, we will call name by name. First, we have Shihong Yu.
Keep going.
Up next, Wengfeng Wei. Okay. Ifat Rao.
Keep going.
Mehdi Sheikh Salami. Okay. Catherine Hutfluss.
And if you could come down as you're available. I appreciate it's been a long day, so not everybody might need to or want to speak in rebuttal, but as your name is called, please come down. You'll have 10 minutes to rebut.
I'll just note after Catherine, we have George Hutfluss. and Jairo Villafera.
You can, it just, we go another round potentially.
You might go another round.
Yeah, do you want questions of the public servant? Okay, yeah. Is that everybody?
So after Catherine, we can have George come forward, and Jairo Villafera, Neil Ukamara, Mariana Fradkov, and Jason Gray will be the order of the speakers in rebuttal.
Okay, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm going to pass my time on, or my spot, to Jason. He's been a driving force behind this. I would like to comment that I've spoken to neighbors directly across the street, and nobody ever received the pamphlets in their mailbox. I did receive one, and so did Jason, but it was very limited, and we felt that there was some misrepresentation at that point. Thank you.
And this is Jason?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So just to rebuttal, a couple of remarks from Cindy today. She stated today, no neighborhood reached out for any information following November canvassing to the date of the appeals. I stated in my letter, I have email submission, that I tried to attend the AGM on May 16th. We were notified by last minute that this meeting was occurring by no one from Regenesis. We were notified by an outside party that this AGM was occurring. I attended. Just because I had registered to speak or registered to attend the AGM the day before, or I can't recall, but she said that there were 6 people that registered to attend the AGM, and that's why it was canceled, because fear that we were going to speak inappropriately to the board. We were trying to get information there. In my discussion with her, I asked for more information at the time she was door knocking for canvassing. I never received any more information. She's putting the onus on us as the neighborhood to go find the information from what their program is. Under this process, it should be, and under the city application process, it's the applicant's responsibility to appropriately canvass and consult with the community. This has not been supported. We have thousands of signatures saying, we had no idea, this isn't part of what. She acknowledged a property like this in her letter of intent is open and is kind of common practice to a town hall, such as what happened with Bruce Oak, as she refers to many times. This is not Bruce Oak. There was no town hall. There was no, she stated, as I mentioned, I know there's been some misunderstanding, saying that there's 4 houses that support this. There's not 4 houses that support this. I'm 2 doors down in the middle. It's my neighbor Kathy, me, Stephen, and Frank and Diane. Frank and Diane, 396 Lindenwoods, you'll see their appeal. They're cited as supporting this with offering signatures. They've submitted appeal saying, we have no idea what this was. We actually didn't know about this until the signs were in our front yard, which goes to the whole process of transparency and misinformation that was provided in the application. My wife is misquoted as supporting it in the first round of canvassing. Read my wife's appeal, Carly Gray. She's the one, and with neighbors, submitted the application with petitions. Say change.org isn't a valid petition. We had no idea what we were doing. We had a 2-week window to try to get this understood and recognized. So that's our process. That's what we presented. And the failure to apply properly, and then in addition to the zoning concerns, that this is going to benefit the landlord who has no vested interest in our community. He's now got a zoned property, making decent whatever he needs to do with it. We're unintentionally approving that and providing this owner the ability to profit off of this. I think that's all I've got to cover. Please let me just double check. I mean, I learned more information today than I have in the 8+ months that they've come around. She's put the onus on us as neighbors to find out. I don't think that's the right process here. And I don't think that by the overwhelming amount of appeals, it's in line with what is going on. So I think that's where I'll leave it. I mean, I just learned today about what the actual staffing criteria is, that they're only there till 5 p.m. and they have visitors. Well, okay. if they can't have a visitor at the house between 4 to 5, because that's only when there's a staff member, that means they're going to go hang out in the park to meet in the public spaces. So I'll leave it there, and happy to answer any other questions.
I think there are questions for you, actually. Go ahead, Councilor Duncan.
Thank you. Okay, so we heard from lots of people in, and this is confusing for some people, opposition to the appeal.
Yeah.
Was there anything that any of those folks said that changes your mind as a local resident, where you would be in favor of this this facility operating?
Part of my stance today is the application process was not, as stated, the foundation and the process RCR is established with this neighborhood lacks transparency, and the application was flawed and inaccurate.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? All right, thank you. Mr. Gray has actually a lot more time because she donated his time, so I don't know if he has something that new.
We just switched to
Mhm.
We don't
Just discussing that, you know. No, it's fine. It's just, technically, your time was donated by another speaker. In essence, you have more time, but it's not necessary. We can go on to another speaker if you're fine, because I think you've concluded what you had to say. We'll move on.
Okay, just to confirm, George Hutflust, would you like to come forward to speak in rebuttal to comments made? Okay. So at this time, I will note Neil Ukamura has left the Zoom meeting. However, we do have Mariana Fradkov. Mariana, you'll have up to 10 minutes to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted.
Yes, I wanted to point out that saying that we didn't reach out from November to whatever, we had no clue, like zero clue until that sign that somebody noticed and posted it in a group after the kids were out. Zero neighbors had any idea, like nobody knew. So who would we even reach out for the information when we didn't know it's happening? Like that's one point. The second point is I found it very interesting that only people who live within 1 kilometer of the proposed site could submit an appeal, but everybody who wanted to support it came from all different sides of the city with, I think, just one person who actually lives in Lindenwood and have a vested interest in a community. The rest of the people from West Alexander or every board member, obviously a little conflict of interest about this organization. Of course, they would support it. They're on the board of this organization. But my parents-in-law who live a little further, 1.2 kilometers, their appeals were not allowed. I know at least 100 more people who submitted, and they were not allowed to be in an appeal hearing because they're outside of that 1 kilometer area. In the meanwhile, who for it came from the whole city of Winnipeg, where they could collect those people to present for them. So I found that is very interesting for me. Never seen that before, but the transparency, as Jason said, was like not lacking. It was not there, period. So that's my rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on. We're not taking comments from the gallery. I also can't hear what you said because I'm hard of hearing. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have had Shihong Yu reach out to speak in rebuttal. Shihong Yu, I believe that's you who has just joined the Zoom meeting. You'll have up to 10 minutes to speak in rebuttal to comments made. Please note no new information is permitted.
Okay. Sorry, because I'm home already, but I still want to at some point. The thing is that because I totally understand the people of the customer of RCR need help, need support. That totally makes sense. But the point I was wondering, the target of today's hearing, I think today's, based on my personal understanding, today's hearing should hear voice from the owner of the property in Linden Woods, rather than other people from outside of Linden Woods. So today, I think is the chance to express, to present our idea of, and to defend our idea. So I just feel curious. So sounds like I feel our how to say, sorry, because I'm a little bit nervous. So I feel like there are other people to pushers to have to accept the rehabilitation center. Otherwise, we are discrimination. Otherwise, we are not supportive. Otherwise, we are not friendly. I feel, especially some question like, if your son is addicted to alcohol, what will think about this issue? I still think those questions is a kind of moral kidnapping that make me feel uncomfortable. So I'm here just because I feel I view Lindenwood as my home, as my family. I think as a mom, I have a right to have concern about my children's safety issue. That's my nature. That's a nature of, as a mom. So I don't think if I say no, that means I'm not kind, I'm not friendly, I'm not open-minded. So we just here because we are the owner of the property, we are the owner of the house. So we do concern about our community. Yeah, so that's the point. Yeah, so I don't want other people who are not the Lindenwood, sorry, the vocabulary. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, to make decision. Yeah, so but not us. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. That's my point.
Anything further? Do you have questions? Okay, Councillor Duncan. Oh, is she still there? Councillor Duncan had a question.
Yeah, she is still here.
They,
Jiyoung,
of
if you
course,
could just
can
turn
refuse
your
to ask
camera back on.
What's your comment? It's fine. You can make a comment without her.
Yeah, just more so of a comment, or maybe Councillor Allard, is it, do you know, or how do we phrase this?
We could hold this for discussion.
Anyway,
That works.
for the whole notion that people outside of her area are making the decision, she did have her area councillor come to support.
She can hear you.
Oh, she
Sorry,
cannot.
yeah.
Anyway, area councillor supported the appeal, so I think that speaks volumes as well. Thank you.
Okay. Typically, we'll save it for discussion if you don't mind, but we'll move on. There's another appellant in the meeting. There's two more.
Just 1 second here. So Neil Okamura did indicate that he wanted to speak in rebuttal. However, he has not joined the Zoom meeting. He was the final one who had indicated
Okay.
he would like to speak in rebuttal. So
Okay, and he's the only one that's entitled to speak in rebuttal?
in terms of everyone I had called out, he is the remaining one.
Okay.
Yes.
So everyone else that's in the gallery were not necessarily appellants?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, if you are not an appellant, you don't speak in rebuttal. You have no rights to speak in rebuttal in this forum. Do you guys need a 5-minute break, or do you want to throw motions? Because we can question for the administration. You ready?
I'm ready to go.
All right, let's go. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to move on to motions, councilors?
Okay.
I have a motion, Counselor.
All right, Councillor Allard.
So I intend to support the public service recommendation. I don't know what the temperature is around the room with my colleagues today, but I guess I'll start. We'll see where it goes.
Let's go.
So I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
I move I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried
I also don't have my glasses today. I move that in accordance with section 254 and subsection 247.3 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the conditional use is consistent with Planet Winnipeg, and any applicable secondary plan does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway, and is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. I guess supporting reasons, I grew up, two streets before I was an adult. One was on Bertrand Street, one was on Eugenie Street. There was a home for recovering alcoholics that was adjacent to my home. They were excellent neighbors, never had a problem. This council just passed the Bruce Oak Recovery Center by having just the right number of votes. What else has happened since then? We also have St. Boniface Street links on Provencher, which is adjacent to a residential area. I believe we are living a drug and opioid crisis in the city, and that we need to support every initiative that we can. And I think this application, with the public services support, with the delegations that we heard today, the people that will be running the facilities, will make the city a little bit of a better place. It really spoke to me when I heard one of the delegates saying, we are them are us. Like, addictions is everywhere, whether there's a conditional use attached to a property or not. And if people want to be, if people have it within themselves to get into a program where they're going to free themselves from addictions, I think it's up to us to provide those facilities where they can do that, and there is so few of these facilities, and we need many, many more.
Discussion, councilors. Councilor Duncan.
Yeah, I have noted here, just in my pros and cons as I'm listening along, obviously, if we deny the appeal, that creates more beds for people who are trying to recover and move forward on their recovery journey. I think that the community of Lindenwoods, just as several communities throughout Winnipeg, does provide a safe environment that would not potentially otherwise be afforded to some of the individuals that may or may not be at the RCR place there. And another pro, just, I know that it's political in nature, but the provincial support for that as well, with dollars that are sitting there to be used to help fix or potentially, aid to fix our clear substance use issues in our communities, not just unique to Winnipeg or Manitoba, but however, I keep coming back to the lack of support in the community. I really wish that there, completely two different things, and I don't mean to discount the work that's being done by RCR, but it's so disappointing when an applicant comes forward as a developer and they just have no or lack of community support, and in fact opposition, like we see here today, where people don't know what's going on, they don't know what to expect, they don't have a clear line of communication with those people, and that was something that came up time and time again. I think that, yes, they are a new organization, so they don't have a proven track record as an organization. I'm sure the work that they've done in the past, and I don't want to discount anybody's lived experiences, they do matter, but at the end of the day, sometimes experience matters too when it comes to demonstrated experience as an organization. So that's important as well in this decision. There's been a lot of comparisons to the Bruce Oak Recovery Center. I respect those comparisons. However, we're talking about two completely different models with a 16-week residential treatment program at Bruce Oak, where they have 24/7 supervision that includes on-site security and whatnot. Again, not to criminalize or paint everybody with the same brush, not to say that everyone that's dealing with addictions and on their journey with that everyone's criminals. That's not the case. Obviously, as one of the presenters opposed to the appeal stated, if you think that it's not in your backyard, you're kidding yourself. But just for the comparison of that one that seemed to continue to come up, I appreciate it, but I don't think it's the same thing here. If I would have heard from the applicants that they have this program and they're going to see how it goes and maybe dial back the supervision, that would be something that I would have liked to have heard, and I think the community would have liked to have heard. But again, I'll turn back to what the community didn't hear, and it sounds like they didn't hear a lot about this program. And that's why I'll be supportive of the appeal today and not supportive of your motion there, Councillor Lard.
And if I could make some comments as well.
Yeah.
I feel that communication within the community should have been far greater. I know it's not required, but I feel that the very fact that it's a conditional use, that I feel the community should have some sort of say. And communication, I felt, from what I was hearing, was very minimal. So I will support this appeal as well.
I'd like to make a few comments in discussion of the motion. There is no question in my mind that recovery facilities are needed. There are incredible gaps in care, and for years and years and years, I've been waiting for responses to the Virgo report on mental health and addictions, and specifically for gender diverse people, in particular transgender people, in line with the housing crisis and the wraparound supports that we give a lot of lip service to, but then we really don't see folks coming in to provide any type of housing, any type of wraparound service, any response to the calls to justice, in particular the call on 14.6. As a city, we used to zone people, and I always find it really interesting when we butt up against some vestiges of what I think are old policy that we perhaps need to revisit again. We did have in law, these contemplations that I think engage, the question of how the city supports housing as a human right, and I think we do strive to be a human rights city. We had in before 2017 that you can't have two types of care together, seniors or children in care. They couldn't be within 900 feet from one another. We zoned people. And I think that's really highly problematic. I do see parallels with the Bruce Oak appeal. If I were to consider those in opposition that day, They also felt like they weren't heard, that city processes that, by the way, are not the fault of the applicant. The applicant, like the appellants that are dissatisfied with the city, are beholden to the city processes and council bylaws that haven't been changed. But if I were to, consider those in opposition, there would not be a Bruce Oak Center today, and people would not be being served. There were hundreds in opposition that day as well. Appellants containing letters and submissions very similar in content. They too drew direct connections between lack of consultation, city processes, dissatisfaction with all of those. And importantly, they too drew a direct line of those living or recovering from addictions to criminality, those living or recovering from addictions as having, more needles in their neighborhood, those living and recovering from addictions to their children's safety. Very few people stood shoulder to shoulder with Scott Oak then. As a city, we used to zone people, and as a counselor, absolutely I hear about group homes where a child moves in that's living with addictions, and the staffing model just isn't keeping up. And I want to state for the record that my process as a local counselor is to listen with empathy. These are sometimes houses that are living right next door to someone who's on the front line, and they just can't take it. And you listen with empathy, and then sometimes I'll call the agency and I'll say, what's going on? And you know what? They'll tell me, Sherry, our staffing model isn't keeping up. We have somebody new with needs, and so we're needing to put more staff on. But today I heard mitigation of that. I heard a flexible wraparound model from Regenesis that it would be dependent on an individual's needs, that timing and 24/7 on evenings and weekends and additional support, if possible, if needed, could be structured. Changes could be made around their day program, including 24/7 in the office. And when Councillor Duncan asked the question, the answer was they would be up and they'd be working in the office that is afforded in the home. I heard measures on visitors, something that no one else has in their private home, discussions with partners and support between partners. I heard much clarified and including the very important bridge treatment model between the primary addictions medicine of shared health and that bridge into community before they leave. I find statements of those living with addictions that they're somehow more likely to offend or hurt seniors or hurt children concerning. I do. I also find that the nature of consultation, I think, number one, we don't require it as a city. We don't require it. And council hasn't changed that. Proponents are told to consult with community. In this case, I heard a brochure was developed. I heard a letter with a signature and a phone number was passed around to the local neighborhood. Unlike Bruce Oak, this is actually smaller scale. It's a home use. So I heard a scalable consultation based on the impacts. I heard the organization developing a letter, being willing to discuss further. And at the same time, I heard people, what I didn't hear today is that people's emails were going unanswered, that their calls were going unanswered. All I heard today was that as opposed to, that people assumed that an annual general meeting might be time and space for them. And when it was canceled, I did not hear more attempts. This is a home use with very few people living in it. They share what other houses, mine, yours perhaps, share, people living in recovery. The words of the public servants, I think, are really instructive here. I think they too are following council's directions on complete communities, and moreover, speak very specifically to how light this conditional use is, that the dwelling already exists on the subject property and reduces any potential adverse effects on adjoining property, that it's compatible with the neighborhood to be situated insofar as that the proposed neighborhood rehabilitation home use has adequate living area space and is compatible with the housing types and needs of the surrounding area. This is a small modification. I am supportive of the application, and I think there is no doubt that recovery facilities are needed. This is very small, but boy, the lives that it would change for the better would benefit not only the neighborhood to have neighbors, but really the city of Winnipeg. And so for those reasons, I'll be supportive of for those reasons, I'm supportive of the motion.
Okay, so I think we've got a split vote, 2-2.
Well, we haven't called the question yet. We were just in discussion.
I'm inferring from my colleagues' comments, yes, okay.
So we're ready to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was 2-2.
What happens, Mr. Clerk?
As a result of a tie vote under Rule 54 of the procedure bylaw, the appeal is denied and the original decision of the Director of Planning, Property and Development is upheld.
Do we need to close public hearings?
We do need to conclude the hearing.
So can I skip everything till the public hearing? Okay, so I move that the public hearing with respect to these appeals be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
May I move adjournment, Madam Chair?
You may.
I move adjournment.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried with thanks to everyone who came in delegation today. And thank you to the staff. It's a long day.